Open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs for the inquiry into racism, hate and violence towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the lands on which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors and elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. And I also want to acknowledge the many vigils that took place across the country last night for Kumanjai, little baby, as well. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 6 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Any answers to questions on notice taken at this public hearing will also be published on the Committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening online of the need to fairly and accurately report proceedings of the Committee. I am joined here today by Senator Whittaker, Senator Little, Senator Thorpe, and we have Ms Cook joining us online as well. I now call on the South Australian Guardian for Children and Young People, Ms Shona Reid, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appeared before the committee?
Excellent. My name is Shona Reid, and I'm the Guardian for Children and Young People in South Australia.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience as well. We're a little bit late calling you in. My little spiel before we start is to say, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. There is a note here about saying your name before responding to each question, but we've got one person before us right now, so it might not be as important as when we've got multiple members. And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, and I too pay my respects to Ghana, but also acknowledge last night's vigil here on Ghana country and the sorrow that we all carry in this. As I said, I'm the Guardian for Children and Young People in South Australia. I'm an Eastern Arran woman and am the first Aboriginal Guardian in the 22-year history of this position. And just some context, the independent statutory role that I hold is around oversight, is around advocacy, and it's around the protection of rights for Aboriginal children, for all children actually, in out-of-home care and youth detention. And my evidence today is informed directly on behalf of these children and in my direct engagement with these children in our advocacy work, in my formal inquiries, through my inspections, through my broader oversight activities across the child protection specifically system and the youth justice system specifically. The central point I wish to make today, and you would have seen from my submission, is that racism is experienced by Aboriginal children and young people in the care and detention system, and it's primarily experienced not necessarily as isolated acts or prejudices. It's experienced through structural setup of the system, and it's experienced through the systems that exercise significant power over our children's lives every day. It's who's reported, it's who's removed, it's who's believed. It's around who is criminalised and whose behaviour is interpreted rather than the distress that children are experiencing. From an oversight perspective, racism in these systems is not best understood only through individual acts like I talked about, but it's also understood through the system design, institutional culture, the decision-making frameworks that sit in there, and the cumulative impact of how systems respond specifically and exclusively to Aboriginal children and their families over time. I think it's disproportionately stark in this situation. I'm not sure if you know the numbers here in South Australia. I'll do the June 2025 numbers. 37.9% of children in care on that date were Aboriginal children, despite only representing approximately 4.5% of the children here in South Australia. And those children in youth detention, the average daily capacity is 53% are First Nations children in our detention centre, our single detention centre here in South Australia. So these statistics alone, they don't just explain the lived experiences, they explain children navigating these systems. And what my office consistently observes is that trauma, grief, cultural dislocation, disability and distress are frequently interpreted by the system through a compliance-based lens rather than a lens that is informed by cultural needs of these children. And our behaviour that communicates pain, which it is often managed through control. Children are moved between placements as a response to that behaviour, in response to that pain and I suppose scaredness that these children are experiencing. It's experienced through restrictive practices. That's physical restrictive practices, that's mechanical restrictive practices, and that's chemical restrictive practices. Our children are experiencing that. Police are becoming involved where they normally wouldn't be involved in a family-based environment. Residential care environment, police are called, whereas if a child did that at home, police wouldn't be called. So they're introduced into a criminal justice system a lot earlier in our child protection system. School exclusions are increasing for our children in care and youth detention. And over time, children become withdrawn further into the systems, they are further surveillanced, they are further punished rather than providing the supports that we need. And I think it's important for us to think about, in the youth detention, I talked about that 53% of the children in the youth detention centre, 22% come from a child protection history. So they are also they're in both systems, commonly referred to as dual involved children. And in practical terms, it means that a significant number of children entering youth detention are children who actually come from the state's care. So the care for them has not been to a level that we should expect of a system that's charged with that level of responsibility. So from the perspective of children themselves, child protection and youth justice are not separate systems. They are the same system. It's an extension of the same system. And the pathways are interconnected. And the same child moves between them. They're just reinterpreted in different lenses and different ways based on who the workers are. And they're very different workforces that interact with our children. I have to say, I'll wrap this up, but legislation and policy frequently speak to children's rights, and I have seen the best frameworks come out and the best legislation written, perfect on paper, but rarely do I see those written pieces play out in real life. What the operational reality is so far and so different from what sits on paper that it is stark and it is a little bit scary. Children themselves repeatedly tell us that they don't want punishment, they don't need surveillance. What they need is people around them to be relational and to be with them. They need stability, they need connection, and they need grown-ups in their lives to listen to them. In the youth detention centre, children talk to us about, you look around, it's only black kids in here. They know this, they starkly know this. Children talk to me about, I know this is my lot in life, I was born into the system, I'm going to die into the system. That level of acceptance that this is our life should be something that none of us or our community accept, but it is a reality for the children that I see every single day. I think in my submission you'll see that I believe firmly that structural reform needs to be explored in its fullest extent, and that greater Aboriginal-led decision-making needs to come forth. Genuine relational and cultural informed practices need to happen. Better integration between child protection and youth justice services. Like I said, the kids only see that as the same system. They don't separate it like we do. Stronger independent oversight and accountability, and governments that respond to oversight bodies. And can I say, all the children's commissioners gave evidence last year on youth justice, and we've all made similar commentaries in each of our state, and rarely do our state bodies respond to the recommendations that we make as oversight bodies. They don't even acknowledge that we've made the submissions, let alone respond to them. So I think it's important that this systemic reform goes beyond just stopping people being racists or saying bad things. It's about how we look at ourselves and how we value our children in our community and the role that they play, because at some stage they're going to grow up and turn into the grown-ups in our community and charged with our care and our responsibility, and we need to grow our community up better, and we need to participate with them for a stronger, more cohesive place for all our children. That would be me, and I'll welcome your questions if you have some.
Thank you very much, and we will proceed to questions. We've got about 5 or so minutes each.
Okay.
Yeah, so not a lot of time, unfortunately.
No, that's okay.
Extend it a little.
So I'm going to not focus on the stuff that's specifically into the submission, but I do want to focus on, I know I've seen reports that you've done over the years. We've got the Help Way Earlier report that came from the previous National Children's Commissioner. I want to talk to you about protective factors, school, grandparents, parents, reduction in poverty. Right now we've got people that are going from the cradle to the coffin, entirely embedded in a life that, if you're lucky to overcome those, you might have a crack at the life that you should be entitled to in this country. I'm interested to understand how do we intervene in those protective factors better, because you're talking about changing frameworks and structures in a system that exists. I'm wanting you to tell me, what do we do to make sure that you don't come in contact with those children, the police don't come into contact with you? Where's the gap much further down the line so that we're actually engaging those young people?
I think, this is a good question. It's the question that we're all asking. We have to approach this from multiple angles, I think. Obviously, there's the immediate needs, but this is something that's been going on since colonisation in terms of how the systems have been structured for the benefit of, those that have the power to make those decisions. I think it's really important that people who know the realities for our families, know the situations and the causations that have caused this to happen, where the interruption points are, need to be involved in the decision-making processes, and they're just simply not. Even today, there are things in our legislation that say you must engage with, for instance, since we're talking about, I'll go back to what I know. If I'm talking about, there's a requirement in our legislation in child protection that recognised Aboriginal organisations need to be consulted before an Aboriginal child hits the court systems for consideration for removal. I rarely see that happen, and when it does happen, it happens last minute. And so the decisions have already been made, structures have already been established before the inclusion of expert advice, and our communities do have expert advice, and we need to make space for that and hear that appropriately. I also think that there is a big disjunct between what people are hearing, not just saying, but hearing. And I think our governments fail at this point in time to hear and truly hear what our community are telling us around solutions for things. I do see localised family-based decision-making in South Australia particularly. I think it's one of the only states that has family group conferencing, where family brought in together to make decisions for our children. I see that as a good practice, and we see good outcomes from that. We see families able to stabilise and strengthen, able to put their hands up for support and give guidance on an individual level. The trick, I think, Senator Little, is how do we do that on a larger scale so we don't have to get into the conversation about child protection.
So it would be good if you incorporate in your answer, and I think I've probably only got an opportunity for one more question, the Relationships Australia's family group conferencing, because
Correct.
we know that has had some very effective and real responses early, puts families at the centre of change. I'm interested to hear what you have got to say about, when we're talking about, these figures are shocking, 37.9%, but they are kids in care and they are kids in institutions already. I want to hear about the strength that exists in families and who have culture, language, family, and are meet all of the criteria for ticking the box for being able to be identified as an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander person. Mm-hmm. How do we actually make sure that those families have greater impact on other families what's the missing thing that supports more of the same, so that what we don't end up with is everybody thinking everything is the same?
Yeah. There's a fundamental question we've got to ask ourselves in this country, and I know in this sector as well, is the value proposition we place on our families and our community. I often come across disparaging thoughts, disparaging comments in case notes, those sorts of things that make stereotypical assessments and inappropriate stereotypical assessments of our families and their capacity to care for our children. And I think there is a question to ask around the capability and the quality of culturally capable service provision to our families. It's important because that's the foundation of how we are able to support our families stand up and be there and support wider community in caring for our children. I don't know if you know, obviously the Aboriginal child placement principle is a fundamental piece in most pieces of legislation across the country. It was developed decades ago. And there is obviously a process people go through. And when I dive into it in my audits around how they follow the child placement principle here in South Australia, only 38% of children are actually with Aboriginal family carers, which is the intent of the legislation. So over time, the intent of that piece of that principle has been manoeuvred for systems convenience because it's a tough job to do in trying, you've got to go to a lot of, you have to invest with families, you have to have deeper conversations than perhaps the skill of the workforce. And that comes down to also a value proposition around how well do they value us caring for our own children. And I think we've got to ask some hard questions of ourselves as a sector.
Talking about those hard questions, and this is my last question, the child placement principle is applied differently in policies and legislations right across the country. I'm interested to know, though, when in a family, and this was quite clearly enunciated by children in custody, they talked about the impact of family violence, alcohol misuse, drug misuse in their homes, and that's how they've come to be significantly at the attention of police and ended up in custodial sentencing. There may be a whole heap of things before that, but in the end, that's what they've identified. Would you say that the child placement principle talks about trying to put children in with Aboriginal families first, and then families, and then communities, and then language groups, and then kinship carers, and then, it keeps going down the line. But if there is immediate safety risk, should those children just go to the first person and the safest person to have those children with?
Yeah, no. I think obviously the inaugural commissioner, Aboriginal Commissioner, Children's Commissioner here in South Australia, April Laurie, did an inquiry into this, and obviously through my own observations. Safety is a fundamental piece of the child placement principle, and in considering the best interests of children is always the first consideration that we must have, and safety is a part of that. And so when we're looking at how we think about connecting children with family, who the best place to live with, that is an all-encompassing piece. It's not something we can separate out, and I think that's a trap our departments have got to, and why there's been an inconsistent application across each state and territory across Australia, is that we haven't actually been able to, in practice, articulate that well enough, and there does need to be some work around how we do that. But it is fundamental in the intent. If we go back and have a look at the intent around how the placement principle was devised, developed, it sits there. That safety is a fundamental piece, and it is the foundation piece, and there is no placement principle if there is no safety. So they go hand in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for appearing today. I guess getting to the kind of core of what we will seek to do at the end of this this process is to make recommendations to the federal government. And so I appreciate this might be a hard ask, but if there's one recommendation that you think we could make that would really make a difference in the lives of Aboriginal children and young people, what do you think that would be?
I think before we move into any world of trying to address, a topic that has been denied for so long, is to accept that this does happen and to accept that change must occur. I think fundamentally, if we're going to start, we've got to start step one, because we haven't even got there yet. I think even the conditions in which this community popped up speaks to some of that. So I think it's really, really important that there's a little bit of humility across Australia and a bit of an acceptance, but also see this as an opportunity, because I do see this as an opportunity to start resetting our way forward. I see it as an opportunity for people to start healing, because you can't. I mean, we think about fundamentals 101 of recovering from trauma after a rupture. We've never repaired a rupture that our community has experienced since colonisation, and subsequently policies and practices that happened since. I think this is just at a different level. We might apply that at the micro scale, but this is a macro scale, and we haven't yet got the skills to do that. And I think it's important that we have to go through that process.
One of the things you've spoken about in your submissions and elsewhere is amplifying the voices of young people in the policies that impact them. And you spoke a little bit in your opening statement about young people who are in the justice system, observing that they're surrounded by other First Nations kids. What else, in a broad sense, do young people tell you about their experiences of racism and how it impacts their lives?
Excellent. Yes, I can do it. They are acutely aware every single day, but they have spoken to me about two pieces, and I've mentioned it and have made submissions to our Parliament here in South Australia. There are two particular task force that have been established in South Australia. One task force has been around for many years, since 2005. I was a little secretariat back then. It's called Operation Mandrake, and another one also here in South Australia called Operation Meld. Both task force are operated by police, South Australian Police, and both task force target children of colour specifically. So Operation Mandrake is for Aboriginal children. Operation Meld is for children young people who are of African diaspora background. So I think it's important that they know this. And they talked to me about this. They talked to me about these two task forces who now last year were pulled together, and now there's a big task force with both of those task forces now in one task force with a new name. But I think it's important that perhaps the Commissioner of Police in South Australia might talk to that. But certainly children talk to me about that. They talk to me about growing up in the shadows of Operation Mandrake in the north of South Australia, about not being able to break the stigma and their family's stigma attached to Operation Mandrake, feeling over-surveyed because of our operations. And I think it's important that we understand that children growing up in that context, they're acutely aware of that, and South Australia still is actively engaging in task force. Now, I'm not trying to say that, that these task force are not solely focused on criminal activity. What I'm saying is that it's racialised, and I think that's important for us to recognise, and it's important for us to challenge that, because that has gone unchallenged in South Australia.
Did you say there was a second?
Yeah, there's two, Operation Mandrake and Operation Meld.
Oh, okay, sure, yep. And in terms of, I guess, changes that young people tell you they'd like to see, or what do you think young First Nations people would like to see in terms of changes?
From a very human perspective, they just want a chance. They just want a chance to be and grow well and safe and happy. And you're right, Senator Little, I do hear children talk about how, I can't go home, I'm too scared to go home because that's where I got my drugs from or my drink from. But it doesn't mean we don't care for them in other ways that is culturally safe and respectful, and also ones that is also grounded in who they are, where they've come from. So they certainly talk about being able to be themselves, be safe, and to be something more than what they've been told they are. So it's certainly a very human response that children talk to me about. But they also talk about, very humbly, that we've got to change the system. Now, they haven't kind of developed the answer to what changing the system is, but I know when I talk to them, there's a number of individual inquiries that I've done around specific children, and I ask them, why are you talking to me about your segregation or your isolation? What motivates you to talk to me about it? And they said, because I don't want my little brother or my little sister to come into this youth detention centre and come out in a body bag. That's their motivation. Their motivation is to protect their family and their children, and they want to see change. And so they talk to me in great detail about being left alone, left to scream without any sort of responsiveness, not having access to, their grandparents or even their food that they're used to, their cultural food, and missing that greatly. So I think it's a culmination of things, but most of all, children talk to us about wanting to have a relationship, a positive relationship with people around them, and we can't or haven't facilitated that well enough. So my question is how are we growing these children into the future, and how are they going to relate back to us? Because that's the only template that they have in their head, one of institutions and one of separation.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Sorry, I've travelled all the way here for 5 minutes, so I'll do my best. Government failures since colonisation, obviously it's a bit of a plan of the colony to continue the ongoing genocide on our people, and ongoing racist policies, no self-determination. Based on what you said, isn't this exactly what the government want to achieve?
Well, I can't speak to what the government's trying to achieve. They tell me that their intent is to do, provide quality care of children, to, create community safety. That's what they talk to me about, and that's what I see written down. What I see in real life is a bit further removed from that. I see the decisions made for systems convenience. I see an economic convenience. I see decisions and narratives for, that are in the interests of perhaps the ease of you don't have to confront difficult conversations in media platforms and those sorts of things. We've got to tackle the hard stuff. This is going to come back and bite us, and it is biting us right now. And our children, outside of the care system and youth detention system, we have a group of children who say, we don't feel seen and valued either, because all children are being wiped with been stereotyped as dangerous, or and our Aboriginal children, my children, talk about being seen as what the media puts off them to being. So I think for us, it's around having to hold people account to what they promise to do. And I know that in my world and oversight, that's what I try to do productively, is look at the quality of care and go, you haven't lived up to your promise. But I also feel the frustration of when I say that, there's immense defensiveness, but also there is a lack of responsiveness to recommendations that are grounded in the reality of what our children are going through every single day.
Is it systemic racism?
Yes, there is systemic racism in all quadrants of our system, because we haven't dealt with the fundamentals of how we were established and acknowledged that they are all based on a European model of how to grow our families, how to assess the well-being or the quality of care in that space, or even the quality of health. Is still based on a model that's not our own, and it doesn't cater to our citizens, who are very different to England in 1788.
And systemic racism being, we are the bottom rung of society. So the cops, the hospitals, the education systems, everywhere our kids have to go, or people, is dealing with that systemic racist violence. So in that context, are our kids being tortured in youth detention in South Australia?
I have, in terms of, I also am the OPCAT NPM in South Australia. I've not witnessed torture in our systems. What I have seen is, prolonged times in rooms, not out of rooms for long enough. Children definitely feel like they are, who mostly are on remand, by the way, not being found guilty of a crime. The remand rates is something that we need to understand, and the disproportionate number of our children on remand. But they definitely talk about feeling an unjustness, feeling like they're not having the full opportunity that they can, not having access to what they believe is their natural rights. So there's certainly that. I haven't seen what we would call torture in South Australian Youth Detention Centre. I definitely see children who could benefit, absolutely, from definitely benefit from a rethink about how we are going to support them to live a full life when they're not in youth detention, participate fully in their community, but also how can they actively contribute to their own well-being, but also the wider community's well-being. That's something that's simply not thought of. It is all about containment and control in youth detention at this point in time, and it's something that I, am very keen on this government and all governments to think about, is how our children can grow better in an institution that shouldn't have to be there, especially for children under 14.
Thank you. And my final question, which is two in one. Should the federal government mandate raising the age in this country for all state and territories to adhere to? And is this country in breach of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child?
Yeah, look, I have been a strong supporter of Raise the Age for as long as I can remember, and I see acutely every day the difference in cognitive abilities of children who are below the age of 14 and those above the age of 14. I think it's a stark reminder. If people were to see this, to go, and I don't think anyone who's seen it comes out saying, no, keep it at 10. They are very different groups of children, and their motivation for crime is very, very different, or motivation for conflict with the law is very, very different. Neurologically, we know that even the psychologists and psychiatrists associations say they're just not ready for that environment. The template that it creates on a still-forming brain is an absolute danger just being in there for later down the track. So we've really got to be mindful of this. I have recently been across the country where other countries that have raised the age to 14, and it has been for a very, very long time, and they have no consideration of dropping that age down to 10 again, because it simply just doesn't make sense for them in terms of how they care for our children at that level. But it's not just about the age thing, it's about what comes in to support our children who are in conflict with the law or who are vulnerable at that age level. We still haven't got anything that sits in there to support them and their families at that time. So it needs to be accompanied with the support. We can't just leave families without that level of support. But we're not even thinking that way yet, which disturbs me greatly. It's not diversion programs. We talk about diversion programs and they play a part in the system, but I think fundamentally there are some living skills and some basic development skills, family strengthening skills that need to happen, and that needs to be provided by our community as well. And I am also a big advocate for community-led solutions and Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, because I see the positive outcomes that has for children in need. So partnering with our communities to help with that plan and pathway forward, when we eventually lift the age to 14, we need to do that in partnership with our community, and we need to do it in partnership with our children, because they've got some really great ideas on what could happen for them as well.
Thank you. And you probably get some questions on notice from the committee. We've got one more person who wants to ask some questions. Ms Cook.
Thank you so much. In your submission, you've raised concerns about the pressure on Aboriginal staff and the limits of cultural competence training. What does meaningful workforce reform look like, and how do you think we'd build a system that properly supports the people doing this work? And, what role perhaps would the federal government play in trying to support that?
Yeah, I have, and I raise that specifically because not only do I see kids daily, I see the workforce daily giving 100% of their energy to be able to support children who are extremely vulnerable and in crisis a lot. And it does fall to the Aboriginal workforce a lot. It's this almost like this, they take on this loading that just keeps stacking higher and higher, and their workforce proportionality is very different to the proportion of Aboriginal children in care or detention as well. So it's a relatively small workforce. The turnover is high, and we know that creates instability for children after they've developed relationships as well. So it doesn't work well for the kids either. So what is essential is a shared responsibility across the whole workforce around, and a shared value proposition, but also a shared understanding and conceptual understanding around what good quality care is, and what good interaction is, what good work practices are for our families as a whole. We don't have that. We have quite a divergent workforce, some unskilled, some untrained. The other day I saw advertisements for youth workers in our residential care facilities, and an advert went out to the childcare sector for any childcare workers who want to apply for a job. The department is going to train them, obviously, but we are in a skills shortage for a sector that's growing faster than most sectors, and we need to think about the quality of care relates directly to the people providing that care. So, you know, I think you're spot on. What the federal government to do, you've got lots of levers. I know federal governments don't like to get involved in states' provisions of youth justice and child protection. I've heard that multiple times from the Attorney General's group, particularly around youth justice. But there are multiple levers in closing the gap, in funding agreements. You know, I think there's an opportunity to put pressures around achieving some of these goals that you want to achieve through those negotiated agreements between feds and states. What I would hate to see is people being dragged along into this. We need to have our state governments and our federal governments wanting to see this as an opportunity to do better and be better for our whole community. It's not just our Aboriginal community that has benefits from this, our whole society benefits from this, and we've got to view it in that lens.
Thank you so much. One more question. You talked before about humility and acceptance, and that we need to start healing after trauma. What does that look like in your view? And I wondered what your views were about truth-telling.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, it'll look different for different people, and you know, I see that rupture and repair work happen on an individual basis every single day. On a macro basis, that is something much larger, and I actually, you know, honestly don't know what that would look like. I think that's where there are many people who've got the skills and talents for macro change in this space. What I do know, and before I did this job, I was the CEO of Reconciliation South Australia, and I truly believe that the truth-telling is a really important part because it helps us ground where we've come from, and how we do that is going to have to be, you know, up to individual communities or individual states, or even at a federal level that needs to happen. But we can't acknowledge the state of play without having a really frank and real conversation about how we got here in the first place. And it's inconvenient and it's uncomfortable to have, but it's an essential part of it. And so for me, truth-telling is a part of that. I've got to do it in cases every single day, and people don't want to hear stuff about what's being said and done in the past, but it is something that we need to do. One of the things I did learn about movements when I was in Reconciliation SA is that people need to feel relevance. So they're not going to buy into a movement, they're not going to buy into change if they don't feel that they have a relevance in that narrative. And so there is a civic society conversation we need to have about how relevant is this to everyday Australians, and people need to find that relevance before big macro change happens. And how we do that, I think, is going to be an artful skill, but it's going to be something that we're going to need to tackle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms Cook. Thank you so much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to correct any transcription errors as well. So thank you very much. We will suspend for a quick 30 seconds while we welcome our next witness.
Thank you.
I now call on Professor Irene Watson to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Irene Watson. Sorry, I'm just having trouble hearing.
So your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
I'm here as a in the capacity, as I've noted on my submission, as a member of First Nations peoples of the South East, the Tonganakoud, Miantang, Poterawuch and Bunganditch peoples on my grandmother's side. And that's the capacity as an individual I'm here today.
Thank you.
Also, sorry to mention, I'm a legal academic, and my submission largely addresses questions of legal history.
Thank you very much for that. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, if you have one.
I'll draw from a summary from my submission, and largely what I covered in that submission and what I'd like to bring to this inquiry is a focus on the nature and impact of racism from a colonial legal history perspective up until current times. My perspective on that is that how we began the colony of Australia and the impact of that still lives with us today. The colonial foundation and the very nature of racism is found in the principle, the founding principle of what we now call Australia, is found in Terra Nullius. And that principle, as we would all be aware of, or should be aware of, invoked the idea that the land could be stolen, the people could be dispossessed, and that there would be no crime of genocide based on the idea that our capacity as peoples, we did not exist as members of the human race, and nor did our legal systems and our systems of governance. I think that that's the founding racist principle upon which Australia has been established, and it's important for us to continue to unravel the problematic of that. The imperial colonial British assumption of no title to Aboriginal lands was sanctioned by ideologies, that is, that Aboriginal peoples were backward, uncivilised and therefore unfit to own land. So this is embedded in the principle, the growing international law principle of Terra Nullius. So this racist ideology provided the British with the legitimacy for the foundation of their colony, Australia, and leading to the Crown's underlying title to Aboriginal lands was assumed and taken up. That's the current position today. As I argued, legal history is forever present with us. The hundreds of First Nations' ancient relationships to land simply became Crown title. All of this was, of course, only affected by the long-sustained force of the British military and paramilitary campaigns across the continent. Across Australia, legal history, there has not ever been, there's been no cessation of or agreement to cede Aboriginal sovereignty and no consent to dispossession and genocide of Aboriginal peoples and, importantly, the ecocide of our country. The impact of this foundational racism is intergenerational trauma and the devastation of country, all of which is systemic and inhabits all areas of Australian society. First Nations experiences of racism continue as Australian law does not provide First Peoples' rights to self-determination and human rights protections are weak. The Australian Constitution still embeds principles which support a White Australia Foundation. Racism remains embedded. The decisions such as the High Court decision in Mabo did not reject Terra Nullius, even though it's much marketed and noted as a rejection of Terra Nullius. But what it did do was further assimilate country into colonial frameworks. We are left with no protection for country and no acknowledgement of our relational systems of law and governance. The right to self-determination in particular our right to representation as First Peoples is not a free process. It is denied by colonial frameworks that will not enable our free, prior and informed consent to determine all which impacts our lives. Frameworks which purport to represent First Peoples sit inside, for example, electoral boundaries rather than ancient traditional ones. While our system of relationality and Aboriginal knowledges is absent from any process of representation. Instead, we are producing and exposed to a form of manufactured consent that occurs from within colonial frameworks. A proper and truthful Aboriginal knowledges framework should be deployed in any future work, and as has been noted by the UN and in particular in the UN treaty study by Miguel Martinez. Those Aboriginal frameworks already exist within and across First Peoples communities and are grounded in the local knowledge and experiences of First Peoples across this continent. A new way forward is imperative. It should be informed by proper Aboriginal ways. You'll note that I didn't make any recommendations in my submission because the point I'm making is the legal history of terra nullius and its impact on us as peoples is so ever-present that I would invite us to have a discussion, that is it even possible for us to make recommendations that will be heard? I mean, I've been working in this space as a First Peoples activist, as a legal academic for 50 years or more. And I've seen recommendation upon recommendation upon recommendation upon recommendation fall apart while our communities have struggled to build from their own genius and ancient knowledges, programs and communities that they know will work, and to see them fragmented and disappear before our eyes. So I'll end on that point, and thank you for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to your questions, and I hope I can answer them in a way that is of benefit to our First Peoples across this country who are so well deserving of a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to questions and we'll start with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for appearing today, Professor. You argue that the whole foundational nature of so-called Australian law is false and racist, as it's based on the premise that our inherent rights as First Peoples to country are lesser than those to the Crown. Can you provide some examples of how this racist foundational nature continues to this day?
Well, the fact that our collective identities as First Peoples is not acknowledged. The fact that our relational connection to country is not acknowledged in law. There are many examples, but the collective nature of Aboriginal people's being is problematic for the Australian legal system, which is based on, individual neoliberal principles that uphold a very different way of being to Aboriginal peoples. It's ever present across so many different aspects of Australian society. But I think the point is that the possibility of Aboriginal ways of being ourselves, of being First Peoples, of exercising self-determination, is impossible within the current colonial framework. There's simply no space for that to occur.
So how can we escape the racist colonial framework, which is literally encompassing everything and killing us?
How can we escape it? Well, I'd like to be hopeful, and I am hopeful because as an senior Aboriginal woman, we have a responsibility and obligation to future generations in terms of our visions for the future, I think that we have to begin again, and this isn't just coming from a First Nations perspective. This is a global perspective. You know, there's a global disorder in regard to caring for people and caring for country, and I'm not moving away from our position here in Australia, which is critical and close to my heart, for an absolute critical need for us to respond. But we need to understand that the question of racism is so embedded that it is our foundation, and that's a first step of growing that awareness that it is so embedded that it is it's that very framework that we operate within, a very racist colonialist framework that is normalised and with the expectation that we continue to function as peoples and function with the obligations to care for people and care for country within a framework that is really impossible for us to function and carry out those obligations. So that very mindset must change. And that's why, as I said, I'm reluctant to, a simple recommendation such as a recognition campaign is not going to take us there. There has to be and this is the impossibility, people would think, well, this is a completely mad proposition. But not really, because unless we and Australian society and global societies really rethink how we currently govern, and these colonial governance mechanisms are left intact, we'll be back here again in 50 years' time. If we've got 50 years' time left on the planet, we'll be having this same discussion in 50 years' time. And also, if the planet survives, and if there are any Aboriginal peoples in a position where we can continue this discussion, there needs to be fundamental change. Difficult, impossible, because we have a current government and a current political system that has no awareness of the deep level of racism which is embedded in these very institutions.
I just have a final question. We've had a lot of submissions that talk about the harms of the referendum and the ongoing harms, the before, during and after harms of that referendum. Is that part of the, in your view, the ongoing violent systemic racism that the government actually even decided to go down that path knowing that we live in a racist country?
Well, I think it's a mechanism and a process that was not a resolution, not a solution. That was clear from the start for me. I've written about this, the problematic of constitutional recognition. And yes, that's just another example of an ineffective way to proceed, an ineffective track, in my view, to follow.
Thank you.
And one that really leads us into, we have to ask the question at the end of that track, to what extent will Aboriginal peoples be empowered to become self-determining?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Cook.
Thank you, Professor Watson, for your submission and evidence today. I've heard what you've said about racism being embedded at our very foundation, and I've also heard what you've said about the difficulty in making recommendations. What have you seen over the decades, I guess, that you've been thinking about and writing about these things? Have you seen things that have given you hope? Or are there areas where you've seen the least progress made? I don't want to ask you for recommendations specifically, but I'm hoping that you've got some insights you can share with us that might guide us when we do ultimately need to provide some recommendations at the end of this inquiry.
I think our Aboriginal resilience is, and seeing it and knowing what that is in the context of 2 centuries of a violent colonial racist impact upon First Peoples. I think the resilience that Aboriginal peoples have shown and the fact that we have survived and that Aboriginal knowledges and Aboriginal frameworks to some extent remain intact gives me hope. And I think it's an opportunity for all peoples to pause and think about that, to think about how after 2 centuries we're looking at a map of Australia, but if we look at the Aboriginal map of Australia and the diversity of that Aboriginal Australia of 500 different languages and the fact that we're recovering that. So what gives me hope is the possibility of recovery. And why is recovery critical? Because we know all evidence shows that the path to Aboriginal recovery is also one of healing many of the inflictions of racism today.
And do you feel that that journey of healing and recovery, what role does truth-telling have in that?
Well, truth-telling is important, as my mother grew me up as truth being core to our existence, and the way that it has come out, and it's a conversation that's broadly spread across Aboriginal Australia. But again, I think that if we're going to do truth-telling and if we are committed to truth-telling and really moving forward in a way that doesn't collapse into more of the same, it needs to be truth-telling that's done within an Aboriginal framework. We need to think about all of the recommendations from the past and all of the initiatives from the past, how they've continued to be framed within a colonialist framework. How might we do truth-telling in a way that Aboriginal peoples are able to centre the truth, centre the process, and that it's the process that's also safe for individuals in our communities to tell that truth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you, Professor Watson. We exist in Australia under one law, and as parliamentarians, certainly at the Commonwealth level, our job is to be legislators and for the courts and others to apply that. My question goes to where in the system, from legislation to application, is the greatest opportunity for disruption that gets better outcomes?
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I'm having trouble hearing.
Where is the... do you want me to start from the start?
If you can.
Okay. So we exist in Australia under one law. We as parliamentarians at the Commonwealth level are effectively legislators, and then it is for everyone else down the chain to apply that as appropriate. And then from that legislation, people build systems and processes and policies. Where is the greatest opportunity for disruption that gets better, more equitable outcomes?
Well, there's a question, isn't there, for disruption to improve outcomes. Well, to what extent does Parliament have an appetite? I know that this is an appetite for becoming more aware of the very foundational nature of the unlawful foundational racist nature of Australia. And I think until we really open up that door and that discussion, then we're in a deadlock of operating within the current framework, which, look, I think we've got substantial evidence. There's been, 2 centuries of the colonisation of First Peoples. The evidence is clear what that impact has had. At what point can we interrupt that? I think, as I said, and to repeat again, that we need to develop an appetite, and I don't have much hope for that with current government directions, an appetite to think about the way we are governed and to think about the very foundational nature, because it's a little bit like a cracked foundation in a home and everything is falling apart, and we think we could just fix it by fixing the cracks. Do we do that, or do we need to dismantle and begin again? I think it's that kind of question, but I'm not sure this country and the way we are governed has an appetite for that. But that's my honest response.
I'm going to put to you a scenario, South Australian specific. I've been trying to get in summer and post-summer information about the electricity supply contract, of which Aboriginal and Torres Strait Aboriginal people, certainly in the far north, need to subscribe for as consumers of energy and as customers of energy. I would argue that the standards that are applied to access for information for those people, not just to their rights as consumers under that contract, but also the standard application, is almost impossible to get. I've tried. I can't do it as a federal MP, asking the state government to facilitate that. How significant and how deep does the low expectations of the rights and interests of Aboriginal people go when at one point we're talking about federal legislation, next point we're talking about consumer legislation outside of a government system? How deep does that go? I mean, where do they get protections from?
Well, currently, Aboriginal people are considered like all other Australians, without all the benefits that go with that, power and privilege and whiteness, for example. So pretty much at the bottom of the scale, as is quite well evidenced. It's written in the laws, but in the activation of the laws, as we know, is carried out. It's Aboriginal peoples are the furthest from the centre of power, so I think it has that drip line effect of, the further you are from the centre of power, the least able you are to invoke rights, even though we are the first peoples of this country.
Okay, this is my final question. I want to ask you about this. The first part of this terms of reference talks about the nature, prevalence and impact of racism, hate and violence towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, including trends over time. I'm wanting to ask you about time. How critical is it that we seize a moment in time when we see it? And when, historically, has there been a moment in time that we failed to seize upon? Or do you see in the future a point in time that we must seize upon to improve outcomes?
I think the time is critical and we always have to act now. Whether that's going to occur or not is another thing.
Can I just get one more quick question in? We actually recently passed legislation in this country which was designed to disrupt ideologically motivated extremism, hate and violence, particularly in public places. Given your significant work in the law, how do we make sure that we reduce the distance between what the legislation allows you to do and the application of the law to its fullest extent?
Well, I mean, there are all the theoretical throwbacks. We need to decolonise the system. We need to reduce the racism, build awareness, you know, the standard, and we need to continue to do that work. But no quick fix. The embeddedness and the normalisation of our position as First Nations peoples is fixed. I'm not saying there is any hope, but you know, we're on the treadmill of more of the same. I think of more of the same, and I'm not suggesting that more of the same is the solution. I think in a way that's the problematic of what we call coloniality and the idea of the matrix, that we're locked into this space. It's not good for us, it's not good for any people, it's not good for country. That's the most honest answer I can give.
Thank you, and thank you very much for appearing before the committee today to give evidence. You might receive some questions on notice from committee members as well, in addition to the questions you've got today. And if you've been asked to provide any additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much. We will now suspend for lunch and we'll return at 2 p.m. All representatives from the Aboriginal legal rights movement to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Clinton Bruce Wanganeen, CEO of Aboriginal Legal Rights Movement.
Khadija Thomas, Deputy CEO of Aboriginal Legal Rights Movement.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could state your name before responding to each question. We've got members joining us online, so it's probably for their benefit as well. And I'll invite you to make a brief opening statement, but I will say that you need the permission of the committee to take photos in the hearing.
So you just said that I need permission?
Yes.
So I have spoken about it, and I would like to seek permission to take photos of our members. I'm from Sacon.
Sorry, from where?
Sacon. And so just for our own communications purposes, to just take photos to show that they're represented. If that was okay?
SACON is the South Australian Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation Network, which is the collective Aboriginal organisations in the closed approach.
I just want to check that the witnesses at the table are okay with that.
I'm fine.
Yeah. And committee members? Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. No, that's okay. It's just a matter for the committee to deal with. Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
Make sure you tag me.
Thank you. And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, please.
Okay. As CEO of Aboriginal Legal Rights Movement, I've been in the position for 9 months, and 9 months before that was Deputy CEO. And I've been involved in Aboriginal networks, Aboriginal organisations, Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Commission, Regional Council Chairperson, Commissioner, and representing Aboriginal people for a long time in South Australia. And racism has also been a part of my life from the time I was a child growing up in the Point Pearce Aboriginal Mission Station under the control of the superintendent of the mission. And throughout life and school, I've always encountered racism, even in the workplace. And so I'm pleased to be here to give evidence, and I also want to table a report ALRM have done called Unfinished Business. It's about the Royal Commission into Deaths in Custody in South Australia, and I'd like to give it to your committee, and if needed, I'm happy to send extra copies for each of your members.
Thank you very much. I will put to the committee that we accept. Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for accepting that. You're okay for us to proceed to questions?
I'm okay to proceed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you for appearing today, and thank you for the work that you do. So I suppose my first question is, from your perspective, are our legal rights as First Peoples in this country upheld?
How are our legal rights empowered? Well, yes and no. We have access to an organisation such as Aboriginal Legal Rights, who represent Aboriginal people in criminal and civil litigation here in South Australia, but for our rights to be empowered, it should be through federal and state legislation, because quite often government agencies and government make decisions on behalf of the Australian population, and some of their decisions that they make and legislation have negative impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And we're not engaged before laws are empowered, but even when you get to the agency level in the state government, for example, they have their own policies, etc., that they work to, which they do in isolation to our community by and large.
Thank you. And noting your report on deaths in custody and the fact that nationally we still have hundreds of recommendations not implemented by the now federal government, the Labor federal government, it's 5 years old, that Royal Commission. We've had an increase in deaths in custody. We've seen one recommendation implemented through negotiation of the terribly racist referendum that we should never have had. And that one recommendation that the Labor government gave us at that time was to count the body bags coming out of the prisons in real time on the criminology website. So that's as far as we've got. How far have you got with your recommendations, and would it assist, or do you think that the federal government should also implement the remainder of the recommendations?
Well, this report details the recommendations from the Royal Commission to Aboriginal Deaths in Custody in South Australia. We still have situations where Aboriginal people are jailed at a higher rate than the rest of the population, sometimes for menial offences, and quite often access to immediate support while they're in jail isn't forthcoming quite often. We have high numbers in the Adelaide Remand Centre, high numbers in the Yatala prison. We're getting an increase in the women's prison in Adelaide, and we've got every prison in South Australia, of which we have Mount Gambier, Port Augusta and Cadell and Murray Bridge, where we have high numbers of Aboriginal people. So it shows that there is a systematic failure in terms of all the attempts to keep Aboriginal people out of the justice system. And there's all sorts of reasons for it. Whether you're talking about the employment rate of Aboriginal people, the number of people completing high school and retaining their qualifications, going on to further jobs. So the whole system isn't coordinated and it's still a bit broke.
So on that, is the system racist? Is the system designed to hurt us the way... in fact, it's 1901 being celebrated Constitution on Saturday. So given the racist constitution that we've got to deal with, do you believe, through your work and the research that you've done, that the system is not broken, that it's actually a systemic racist problem that our people are dealing with at all levels?
By and large, whether you're in the system, the criminal justice system, or in everyday life, our people are arrested proportionally at a higher rate than most other people. We have quite often occasions where Aboriginal people can be pulled over by police by just walking down the street in a group of 2 or 3. We have had introduced into Parliament here in Adelaide last year transport barring orders, which will have a higher impact on Aboriginal people than non-Aboriginal people. And so when you're looking at all of the statistics, you look at the population of Aboriginal people in South Australia, which would probably 2/3 or 3/4 fill up Adelaide Oval. We don't have a huge population, but when you look at the incarceration rates in the juvenile justice system, that transition into the adult system, and the increasing rate in the women's prison, yes, I would dare say that there are failures right across the board. And the work of ALRM is flat out in trying to service that, because we can only service approximately 2/3 of Aboriginal South Australia.
And incarceration of our people is at astronomical all-time high, particularly for our women. That's a growing population now that are being targeted to and locked up and killed. How important is it to you and your organisation, your mob, to have the remainder of those 339 recommendations implemented, given they're self-determined solutions by our people for our people? What difference do you think that would make? How important is it, and what difference would it make if they removed hanging points from the prison, if they stopped shackling our women giving birth, if they stopped strip searching 10-year-olds? Like, how important is that, and what does that look like if they were implemented?
If they were all implemented, it would severely reduce the amount of Aboriginal people incarcerated. But just doing that alone won't do it. We have to actually improve things for our people in the education system, the transition opportunities in university, the opportunities to get employment and training. And so those things are important, but we have to change the systems internally. We seem to be going backwards. The prisons used to have a prison education system. It was actually run by Khadijah's mother back in the heyday in TAFE. And Aboriginal people who were in prison would undergo formal vet education and training via self-packaged learning places. And when they were due to get out of prison, they were linked into a local Aboriginal community education program for them to go on to and further complete their studies, which enhances their opportunity to get employment. Those things have changed over a lot of years. Correctional Services took over control of the vet education system that Aboriginal education was running because they thought they could do a better job. It's almost non-existent now. So resources that they took off the Aboriginal education program historically no longer exist. Therefore, we no longer have the programs, we no longer have the people employed to prepare our prisoners for life after prison. If they've been in there for a fair bit of time, they struggle to acclimatise to life out. It's hard enough for an Aboriginal person to rent a property in Adelaide, let alone for someone just coming out of jail.
And has the South Australian voice made it better, or is it still the same?
I don't think the voice has been in long enough to have had any impact, bearing in mind but the role of the voice is to advise Parliament. But where the rubber hits the road is with the government agencies. The agencies that are in there, whether you're talking about correctional services, whether you're talking about TAFE SA, whether you're talking about the health department, all those organisations still run. The voice doesn't have an impact on those organisations, the way they operate.
So they just provide advice
to Parliament.
So they can say to the Department of Corrections or the Department of Police, stop killing us, and the cops still can walk out there and disregard the South Australian voice and continue business as usual and the assault on our people.
Everyone knows when you give advice, the person you give it or the agency you give it to, they either take the advice or they don't.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe. Ms Cook.
Thank you so much, and thanks for coming today. You were talking before about the racism that shows up in your day-to-day legal work with some of your clients. I think you gave the example of people being pulled over by the police and legislation being introduced that would disproportionately impact First Nations people. Can you give the committee a few more examples that you see repeatedly in your work of racism that is showing up for you and your clients?
Racism that shows up quite often is police don't need any excuse to pull you over and ask your name and question and do a check-up on you. They can do that any time for anyone. Disproportionately, it happens to Aboriginal people. Quite often, when you're looking at the transition of our kids going to high school, when they're now becoming young adults and they're catching a bus to school, they're always looking over their shoulders, and every time they see a police officer, they get a bit scared. Also when they see others, they're trying to become adults. But we also have had instances where we've had Aboriginal young people interviewed by police without their parents' consent in the past. We have the transport barring orders I talked about. It impacts on people not only getting to school, going to vocational education, but some people who don't have a car who needs to get to a hospital. It impacts on those. So a lot of things that are happening and changes in legislation and the way governments approach, for all the good intentions, without having an Aboriginal group to look over proposed legislation, the unintended consequences that impacts on our people, and probably at a higher rate than it does on others. I didn't catch the second part of your question.
No, it was just exactly what you've answered around where you're seeing it show up. Is there some, I understand that you do other areas of law, not just criminal law. Can you talk about where you touched briefly on education and employment? Are you seeing racism show up in other areas like housing, discrimination matters, employment? You've talked a bit about interaction with government services as well. Can you give us some more examples where else you're seeing racism play out for your clients?
Well, we do see that in a lot of areas. For example, with the Department of Child Protection, quite often they will actually make a decision to allow a foster parent of an Aboriginal child to move interstate without the family of that child knowing that that child has moved interstate. They will make decisions in an Adelaide office, and then if they've allowed the transition of that child to, say, Newcastle in New South Wales, then they'll handball responsibility to the Mount Gambier office. And so if you're from the West Coast or your peninsula, you have to come all the way to Adelaide to get an answer that they can't give you a proper answer because it's been handled by the Mount Gambier office. And at times I've had to intervene to allow family to track down their child or niece or nephew to even be allowed, in one example, to have two kids attend their older brother's funeral. So I've got a very good relationship with quite a number of the state government agencies and the chief executives that I can bypass some of those protocols, because my community, the Narungga people, we have an agreement with the state government called the Buthera Agreement, which ties probably 8 of the government agencies into protocols on how to work with the Narungga people. This resulted as a part of the state government's foray into treaty in 2018, but we knew we wasn't going to get treaty for my community, so we negotiated an agreement that would provide benefits for us. And the benefits are in housing, in fishing and aquaculture, and a raft of high-level areas, and it's tied state government chief executives to protocols on working with my community. My community is the only one in South Australia that has that type of agreement. It should be rolled out, as it was supposed to be 8 years ago, to all communities, because it was part of the treaty pathway for the South Australian government and the Labor Party. And notwithstanding that we had a Liberal Party in power since, we actually tied that agreement to cover whichever party was in government. And so at times I feel guilty as an Aboriginal elder and Aboriginal leader that I can get things done for Narungga, Ngarrindjeri and Kaurna people because they're my peoples that I can't get done for other people in South Australia. And unless I go out of my way and they chase me up and they do advocate to get outcomes. I've got a very good working relationship with the majority of chief executives that I've built up over a number of years through my various roles. But the agreement, which is the Buddha agreement that we have, and I can get you the website to access it, it gives our community access to a lot of areas. We even got an agreement with the Department of Fisheries. And my people was probably one of the most arrested people for breaching the Fisheries Act, second to the mob over in New South Wales. But now we don't get that type of arrest and problems. We have a good working relationship with fisheries. But our agreement started off, like I said, in 2018 around treaty. We knew we wasn't going to get a treaty, so we focused on an agreement that would benefit our people. Unfortunately, our government hasn't rolled that out to any other Aboriginal group in South Australia. But I believe there's a framework there for them to do so, and they should do so.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Final question.
Final question. Just following on from that, it sounds like there's been some really valuable lessons learned from that experience for you. Do you think that there is other lessons or other things that have worked really well that you think could be applied by the federal government nationally that would have some real impact in this area?
To really what?
I didn't get the last part of that.
Last part? Have an impact in this area. Lessons learned here for the rest of the nation that can be applied in this area.
I would say if you looked at the Buddha agreement, and you can get it from the Department of Premier and Cabinet's website, and it's spelled B-U-T-H-E-R-A, Buddha agreement. The framework there deals with a raft of government agencies who's committed to working with my community. And through that work, we built up a good relationship with a raft of employees of the government agencies and working relationship with some of the chief executives. And we get good outcomes for our community. We no longer have a long lineup of people breaching the Fisheries Act. We have mechanisms for dealing with Department of Child Protection for our people. We have mechanisms for getting our cultural stuff in the school and vocational education and training. So we've got co-management of Innes National Park, which provides employment for trainers. And we've got a Sea Ranger program because of that, working with the state government. So we have a raft of outcomes for the Narungga Nation that would easily be rolled out across the state and would be a framework for other Aboriginal communities around the country. All we need is the will of government to work in with community at the coalface. And our agreement is at year 8 this year, and so over the next 12 to 18 months there will be a renegotiation process to develop a new 10-year agreement. And it was a 10-year agreement which gave us an opportunity to get outcomes. So we, instead of having our people arrested by the fisheries, we have the fisheries come and be judges at our annual spearfishing competition over at Point Pearson, Port Victoria. And they bring their boat and take kids for a ride on it. So we build up relationships with a raft of government agencies. And we're probably the only group in South Australia that has that type of agreement, and probably around the country.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share the call now and go to Senator Little.
Thank you. The first lot of questions actually relate to the custody notification service, and I'm assuming you still deliver that. Okay. Not a conflict of interest, but a declaration. I was involved in actually installing that in Aboriginal legal rights before coming to Parliament. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. Has that particular, what's the potential of that particular service? Has it kept up with demand? And what is the potential of that service in supporting people, not only who end up in custody, but also the families that are home at that point of time of extreme vulnerability?
Yeah, I'm going to handle.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Little. I remember and enjoyed working alongside you during that time, and the demand for in custody notification service, the demand only gets higher as we see all statistics, all the need in our community and over-policing in our community continues, that it just keeps getting more intense and more demand every year, every month. I would say one of the hardest things about, well, the good things about custody notification service is the requirement now, not a actual agreement, but a legal requirement for police to notify us when an Aboriginal person is in custody. One of the hardest things with that in practice is, especially in relation to youth and also in relation to vulnerable, like intellectual disability, acquired brain injury, people that actually need someone physically present. So complementing our classic traditional service delivery model with 24/7 in-person crisis response and custody custody response, which has now been superseded by phone call only, is something we're still continuing to try to address to get the balance, because we know there are so many people that need that actual person in the room with them to assist with communication. Also children, that's really critical. And where children don't have a guardian and there is no information between the Department of Child Protection and the police when a child, or if a child is under guardianship of the state. So that is one of the biggest issues for us, and police also interviewing children without a guardian present. And so there continues to be, the demand continues, the strain on resources continues, the strain on and the mistreatment of children, especially children being kept in adult facilities at police watch houses. That just continues to be compounded with or without a custody notification service, but of course we would rather have it than not. But with youth, it is a real issue.
The community legal services will tell us that they're significantly constrained in terms of resources, but how does that compare in terms of balancing the scales with the service that you actually deliver?
How does that compare with balancing the scales? Well, we monitor Legal Service Commission data as well on Aboriginal people, and there are overflow and our conflicts, but we do absolutely still represent the majority of Aboriginal people in South Australia. And the reason I would say we're the first point of contact is, well, that's part of being a legacy ACO in South Australia, one of the first ever established, that Aboriginal legal rights movement is the place you come if you're not sure if, that thing we say to people, if it doesn't feel right, it's probably not. And when people get that sense that they've been done injured or done wrong by, that they will come and ask, and we give them that advice about their rights. And I still tell that to people today, come and see us if you're not sure. But back to your question, the difference of our service is we provide the wraparound and we address those systemic barriers at every point, and that is the difference. We do what other legal services don't provide. We come to you, we'll pick you up, we take your phone calls, someone will ring you back. If it's not the lawyer, it'll be one of our Aboriginal staff. We make sure we'll fight for you to have an interpreter. I will fight for you to get your NDIS assessment so you don't get transferred to an adult prison just because you haven't been assessed for your NDIS and you have an acquired brain injury. Those are the type of barriers that we see and the bureaucratic malaise that exists towards our young people and our adults and our women and our children. We're the only people at every point that will stick up for and are standing shoulder to shoulder with our clients or shielding our clients.
Ms Thomas, I've been advised I've got 2 minutes left, so I do want to ask you another question. I will preface this by saying my question is in reference to a tragic issue involving the death of an Aboriginal police officer. Can you tell me, are you involved in any way in giving evidence, contributing to, or are you aware of where that coronial inquest is at this stage?
We do act in coronial matters, but I'm not sure which matter you're referring to.
But this is in Port Adelaide.
Oh, yes.
You know the one now. I'm just wondering whether, as a provider of services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, who has regular engagement with not just the individuals but also people within that system, have you been engaged, or do you know at all where that is particularly at?
If we had, I could not tell you because of the client's right to privilege, unfortunately.
But not even as an external stakeholder?
We act for individuals and families in relation to coronials. We have a right to standing as an organisation in coronial hearings in our own right if we're not acting for individuals. And I can't provide you with further comment in relation to that individual situation.
Okay, thank you.
There are occasions when Aboriginal people choose not to access our services and go to the Legal Services Commission, or private, and even when they do make that choice, they still ring us to help make contact with their legal services people, and they still have that expectation that we will do it, and we do it anyway because they're Aboriginal people in need.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for joining us today. When Aboriginal people experience racism, whether it be at work or in an education setting or in a public space, what avenues do they have in the legal system to pursue action against that type of behaviour?
Well, if Aboriginal people are facing racism in any way, shape or form, they have the ability to come to us and raise those issues. We provide a lawyer to sit down and talk to them and ascertain whether there is an opportunity to follow through on a case or not. And quite often people will choose not to, but they'll still ask the questions just in case they feel they may want to.
And why might they choose not to pursue?
Well, sometimes they don't think that they will get justice from it anyway. Depends on who it is. They think they might get further kickbacks. I mean, if you're going to charge a police officer, you're going to also always be worried that you're marked to be able to be pulled over any time when you're out in your public arena. You could be driving the car and you can get pulled over and questioned quite often. So people are frightened when trying to make accusations against police. And in terms of other government agencies, sometimes it's a case of just trying to work through how they can be supported to have their issues dealt with. If you're talking, hey? And the timing. And even for such a simple thing as getting access to housing, through public housing, the minimum wait list is 2 to 3 years. And quite often as an Aboriginal person, if you can't get access to housing, then your option is to live in overcrowding. And if you're living with relatives in an overcrowded situation and you haven't declared it to the landlord, then you're breaching your tenancy agreement, and then there's further problems. So there's a raft of different issues that impact on Aboriginal people with a raft of different agencies.
What might we be able to do to facilitate engagement in the legal system, for example? If you're saying that often Aboriginal people choose not to seek justice because of all of those barriers that you've just stepped out, what could we do to help facilitate them in seeking that justice and provide extra support or assistance in them to do that?
She's given me she wants to talk on that one. So
Please do.
We're going to put some things forward in our written submission, drawing on, well, our and every workplace's experiences of the positive duty to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. We thought that, and it's not unlike when I was saying about timing in relation to using legal recourse for race discrimination. It's all those barriers, and then in addition to, if you still physically, emotionally, your resilience, you push through with the legal recourse application, time. The time that it takes to have, even if you win, to have that validated, or if you, again, the process for that is not just the backlog, like the time frame, but if the recourse that you're seeking is to have some type of restitution, that by the time you get to a mediation, let alone a court hearing, all you're going to get is validation that it happened. If it was that you wanted to receive services or a tenancy or your opportunities in the workforce, 1, 2, 3 years into the future, that horse is already bolted. So what we're saying about addressing, and for us as well, when we've talked about our written submission, one of the words that we've used, or that I prefer, is combating, not elimination. That's not my lived experience. My community's lived experience is how we combat, how we prepare ourselves, defend ourselves, shield ourselves from the constant discrimination that pervades this country and our life every day. And so we need more immediate recourse. We need things that are actually positive steps to not just make people aware of not to do these things, or also aware of how to be a good bystander, an active bystander. But also what we find, the matters that don't end up in court are the ones that have been sorted out at a very earlier phase. And just as, or if people don't know about those duties in a workplace or in a public place of service and all the other places where these laws exist, then there is, somewhere you can go, but also you can report if you didn't experience that in your workplace in relation to sexual harassment. But we need those things that are actually proactive steps, because they also provide a more immediacy to what the solution to the disadvantage or the lost opportunity, not just validation that you experience racism, because we know we did. We don't actually need that recourse. We need a correction of what our injury was or what our missed opportunity was. And that's timing.
Thank you. I look forward to reading your written submission. I think we might be at 2:45 or very close.
We are, and
Thank you.
committee members have indicated they've got questions on notice that they wish to put to you, so giving you fair warning of that. You'll receive those in written form through the Secretariat. But thank you so much for taking the time to give evidence today. Written information, sorry, if you've been asked to provide any additional information, which you have, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May? And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence here today, and you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. So thank you very much.
We'll leave this one here.
Yep, and you can absolutely feel free to send.
Get the others sent to you.
Please, we would really appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much. We'll take a short 30-second suspension while we welcome our next witnesses.
Yep.
Call representatives from the NPY Women's Council to give evidence via teleconference. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Hello, my name is Andrea Mason and I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of NPY Women's Council.
Hi, I'm Jessica Baker and I'm the Research and Policy Manager at NPY Women's Council.
Thank you. Now, you can't see us in the room, but joining us here today is Senator Thorpe, Senator Little, Senator Whittaker, and we have Ms Cook also joining us via teleconference. And I'm Senator Stewart, the chair of the committee. I've just got a brief spiel that I need to make before I invite you to make an opening statement. So I'll go through that and then I'll get you to make an opening statement. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the evidence today, it would be really helpful if you could say your name before responding to each of the questions. On our end, it's one person who will receive the call and they'll ask questions for a period of time and then I'll share the call. So on our end, it's hopefully pretty simple, but if at any stage it's unclear, feel free to let us know. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Baker, begin. MPY Women's Council welcomes the opportunity to respond to the Joint Standing Committee about the rising rates of racism, hate and violence towards First Nations people in Australia, and particularly how this impacts Alingo, the 6,000 community members we support across the Nunkanjara, Pitjantjara, Yankunytjatjara lands that span the Tri-State region of the Northern Territory, South Australia and Western Australia. Racism is impacting my colleagues during a difficult time, joining from Mabantua, and I am reading this statement as a non-Indigenous white woman acknowledging that racism is part of cultural load and also to acknowledge the ongoing harm being experienced in the community of Mabantua that I live in. This statement, along with our submission, has been created with the oversight and input of MPY Women Council staff with lived experience of racism and of MPY Women Council's chairperson, who is unable to speak today due to these exact reasons of cultural load and exhaustion. Over the past 2 weeks alone, we've seen alarming rates of racism towards First Nations people in the media. We have seen respected veterans and elders booed by neo-Nazi groups at Anzac Day memorial services across the country, and alleged comedians poking fun at the tragic death of Kumanjai little baby. International media outlets are further circulating fake news accounts of a sensitive time of loss for the community of Mabantua, Alice Springs and beyond, and local rhetoric spurred on by right-wing politicians who claim to be family of the deceased and are refusing to use names of cultural respect, are fueling racialised stereotypes about Aboriginal families. Rather than focusing on systemic failures, media such as The Australian are perpetuating hatred by crossing cultural boundaries, disrespecting family members during sorry business, and creating stories that do anything but address rising rates of violence against women and girls. What's perhaps more alarming is that sensitive information is being leaked to these right-wing media outlets, such as The Australian, by structures that are designed to protect society. It is clear to us that women and girls are losing even more protection because of racist narratives and hate that is framed around mother blaming instead of focusing on the risks women and girls face in their communities. The federal government do not seem to prioritise the monitoring and condemning of the fascist CLP government in the Northern Territory, who continually perpetuate these narratives of hate, both culturally and structurally. Additionally, we've seen Nationals leader Matthew Canavan's comments calling for a royal commission into sexual abuse into Indigenous communities less than 3 days after Kumanjai little baby's death. It is both appallingly disrespectful and inherently racist. It harkens back to the Howard-era intervention of 2007, using false accusations to perpetuate lies about Aboriginal people and attempting to garner public attention, claiming public funds are being misused in remote communities. In the past 48 hours, racial narratives have spiraled out of control during a time of significant grief and sorry business. This is a national disgrace, and remote Aboriginal communities are suffering. When communities cannot grieve because of racism, the grief exacerbates. When ceremonies centred around cultural respect and national reconciliation are met with hateful jeers, communities fear a sense of societal regression, and they are right to fear this. Racism is a poison infiltrating the lands, rivers and air we breathe in Australia. It has become so casual, it is impossible not to breathe it in. MPY Women's Council's submission on the 1st of May 2026 highlighted robust evidence centred in lived experience showing that racism spans beyond individuals and their opinions, frequently shared on our organisation's social media accounts, to a system that is racist by design. Our submission speaks to historical racism in Australia that is well documented but often forgotten. It speaks to the racism our staff, members, directors and even CEO face every day. The same racism that is normalised when we share a story of hope on our social media and ignorant comments fill up the feed about taxpayers' money, locking young people in prison and some bodies deserving more harm than others. Racialised stereotypes and colonial mindsets prevail. Of equal importance, it speaks to the systems that breed this language of hate and impose this language onto systems that are meant to protect and heal communities. Health, carceral, education and general public services that respond to people living remotely across the MPY lands and in Mabantua Alice Springs within an apartheid system of black versus white, us versus them and worthy versus unworthy. Most recently, two of our Nankari traditional healer team have been injured by police in separate but similar situations. One got pepper sprayed and tasered. The other was thrown to the ground and seriously injured, both elderly and innocent people. As an MPY Women's Council director said in 2025, when a white police officer kills a black fella, nothing happens. When a black fella speaks back to a white man, they get a life sentence. These respected and renowned community members are now left with the trauma and humiliation of these interactions and are unable to fulfil their roles of supporting communities through healing and traditional cultural practices. There is no longer a question whether racism is evident within society. The question is, how much is the government willing to analyse its own systems and structures that perpetuate further racism and harm to the most remote Aboriginal communities? MPY Women's Council is demanding the federal government to hold racist state and territory governments accountable by demanding funds to be diverted appropriately to decolonise systems. Racism, hate and violence have systemic factors that, left unaddressed, undermine any progress towards reducing and eradicating discrimination and prejudice in our communities. Anangu families' capacity to resist racism, structurally, culturally and politically, is severely impeded by the experience of entrenched disadvantage. A genuine commitment must be made by governments to address systemic violence, such as income inequality and housing insecurity. Efforts to prevent, intervene and heal across a wide range of social issues are restricted when basic needs remain unmet. To do this, more funding and promotion of ACO-led community responses is needed, along with an open-mindedness towards a tri-state approach to supporting young people, women and families across the MPY lands. The racism story is a big story, one that has impacted Anangu for a long, long time. It is a story that started with and was shaped by colonisation. Anangu women have and will continue to look to a future where justice, deep listening and critical reflection pave the way for better days, where respect for Anangu and all First Nations people in Australia is granted through truth-telling, sovereignty and healing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We will proceed to questions and we'll go to Ms Cook.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that opening statement. It was very powerful and detailed, and I appreciate the time and effort at this very difficult time that would have gone into putting that together and to appearing today as well. I wanted to ask you about, you talked about a lot of different topics there, but particularly around what's happened in recent weeks. You were talking about the media outlets and reporting and online platforms and the harm that was being perpetuated through those outlets. What should media outlets and online platforms be doing differently to reduce racist harm?
It's Andrea Mason. I can talk to the lived experience of reading that material, not with any interest, but actually just to monitor what was being written about the events of the recent passing in Alice Springs, and the escalation of blaming and of forensically looking beyond just the tragedy of what had happened was very alarming. I was thinking about the young boy that went missing on his family's property in South Australia, and the way that the media was managed around the disappearance of that young boy, and he is still missing. And it's a community where he was living with his family in a police station. Nevertheless, the escalation of racism and vitriol and suspicion, and I guess working the narrative to work towards a more alarmist narrative instead of just understanding the trauma and the sadness that had happened with the family. So from a lived experience perspective, the trust and the decisions that people have to make in wanting to let the community know what had been happening here in Alice Springs, but knowing that story just becomes ammunition for harm being directed back into the community. And so Women's Council, in terms of our key asks, is expanding the powers of the Australian Communications and Media Authority to set up and enforce clear binding standards on racial representation in broadcasting and online media content. I think there also needs to be some accountability when leaders do speak to the community. I'm talking about law enforcement officers, that their language doesn't escalate the emotion in the community, and we saw that happened in comments being made when the alleged perpetrator was still at large in the community, and the language of from the police was more inflammatory and escalating the emotion rather than measured words because of their responsibility of doing their job for the whole of the community and keeping the whole of the community safe. Because I'm another Pitjantjatjara woman and I'm a member of the community, but so is all of my staff members. We have Indigenous and non-Indigenous people working in NPY Women's Council, and so as a leader, I'm wanting all the community to be safe while the authorities are doing their work to make sure that they were able to find that alleged perpetrator, which they did in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question, Chair, if I may. You talked before about ACO-led organisations being best placed to address some of the issues that we've been talking about as part of this inquiry. Can you talk a bit more about any specific programs or initiatives that you have seen initiated through different ACOs and what impact they are having to address racism directly?
So, Andrea Mason, I would imagine all of you listening to our evidence would understand the genesis of the word cultural safety, and that it has its genesis with the Maori people in New Zealand, and it is in the context that those who are colonised and then who are wanting decolonisation and wanting more control of their own affairs are best placed to be involved in the planning and in the design of environments where firstly they can receive services and support but also feel culturally safe, because the direct relationship between being a colonised people and then having to work within the system, the modern system of that. And our people, Maori people, First Nations people in Australia, in modern Australia, want to work and receive services in environments that are respectful, are safe, that encourage the full expression of identity of people and families in the community. And so Women's Council is an Aboriginal community controlled organisation. That means we are member-led and we are community-led by those who formed our community, formed our organisation, and we still continue to provide us with that direction. It's not run by staff, it's run by a board, and the board are elected by the members. So that level of community control is really important, and that's the norm in the Aboriginal community control sector. And so we are of the people, for the people, by the people. That's really the strength of community control, and we believe that in our region, of the NPY region, and now there's other people in our Yarraguda region, the majority population is of those identities. They are Arnamur and Yarnamur, and therefore organisations providing services to a majority of Aboriginal people ought to be culturally safe institutions that are for the people, by the people, with the people, not at the people or to the people, if I can couch it in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you. I now need to share the call. Thank you, Ms Cook. I am now going to go to Senator Little.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms Baker and Ms Mason. And I recognise and acknowledge the work that you did on the Royal Commission recently. I just want to ask a question about the tri-state region and what are the biggest safety gaps that are created by that tri-state border, and what resources you need to actually close that gap. I know you've done a lot of work in recent times.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. As you know, Women's Council has been providing a number of services for a number of years, including domestic and family violence service, and that was formed in 1996, as a result of the women wanting to have access to the justice system and all of the levers within the justice system. And included in that desire, they also have said, and this has been consistent from the women, that they love their men and their partners, but they want the violence to stop. And so around 2015, I spoke to the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory as well as the former Premier of South Australia, asking if they would provide seek funding to establish a men's group within Women's Council, and that the focus of the group would be to reduce violence against women and families. And that group is called the Orikul and Jackal Maniku group. It grew out of a interest and a need to understand the impact of trauma in relation to abuse, in relation to violence in the community. Women were the first group to go through a learning and a curating by psychiatrists to understand the impact of trauma on the brain and the body. And out of that discussion with those Alice Springs doctors, the Orikul and Jackal group was formed by senior women. And then men started to understand and hear about the work that they were doing around supporting mental health, supporting trauma, and there was an interest for men who do not commit violence to play a role to support men in the community around their well-being and also their identity and purpose. And so the men's group was formed. So that was back in 2015, and so it continues today. And the focus of the group is around materials that directly speaks to jammals, to grandfathers, to fathers, to sons, and it's about reaching out and helping those different groups to understand the power and the strength that is in them to lead a better way and a better leadership within themselves, with other men, but also within their community. Now, that funding is due to finish at the end of this year, and I'll explain the challenges of Women's Council around our funding in relation to this particular project, because I think it's important to say this. We have a dual identity in Australia, that is Ngunnawal and Yarrawal, Ngunnawal Jarrah people. We have a dual identity. We are traditional owners and we are Australian citizens. And we do get quite a bit of funding because we are Australian citizens, and the government, the four governments, South Australia, Western Australia, Northern Territory and the Commonwealth Government, funds services because we are citizens and we are living in a remote area. So we're talking about child and family wellbeing services, child nutrition, services for youth, services for domestic and family violence, for research and policy, for nunkery, for jumping desert weavers. You know, so as Australian citizens, there's appropriation for that. But when Ngunnawal come up with an innovative design that is led by them out of cultural law, protocol, customs, where does that appropriation come from? Because we know that the level of trauma in relation to domestic and family violence, in relation to abuse, in relation to racism, isolation, all of those factors, is just not a solution that can come through government policy and services and service delivery. There's got to be a like-minded solution within cultural law and authority. And so the Unikula Jackal is a ground-up, article design, the article design solution that is done on the ground, person to person, talking directly with individuals, and the activities, the material, the language, it's all designed around love and kindness. It's all directed towards young men understanding why they are and who they are and what their purpose is, and that they are encouraged, that they are part of a company of men, senior men, other young people who are working and have an ambition for looking after their families, caring for their communities, having a role. Now, if that program does not have any funding by the end of this year, we can't do that program. And so, yes, we have the Domestic and Family Violence Service. Yes, there's the Cross-Border Men's Program, which is run by the Department of Correctional Services in the Northern Territory, but we don't have a ground-up culturally designed, specifically curated for men, by men, with men. Now, I can talk of other examples. The Nunkery program is another example of that, around it being from the knowledge base of the 65,000 years that animals have lived in our region. Nunkeries were the first doctors, and they continue to do those practices. But the community says we want more of those nunkeries working, and we're limited because of funding. We're limited because of the appropriation. Because government policy is not thinking about the cultural context and that we are traditional owners as well as Australian citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be a number of questions put to you on notice. I was going to go to Senator Whittaker first, but she has very graciously agreed to put her questions on notice, and I'm going to go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker, for paying the rent and letting the black women ask the questions. Thank you to the APY Women's Council for your incredible start. I think you nailed that. I'd love to read that out in Parliament as a speech because you addressed it all, particularly systemic racism, I just wanted to bring up something in your submission. You mentioned that the Howard government's intervention and the Albanese government's failed voice to Parliament referendum have caused particular harms to our people. Can you elaborate to the committee the specific and long-term harms caused by the intervention and the voice referendum?
I'm just looking at my colleague, because I've been doing most of the talking. I'll talk to the voice Senator Thorpe first. As you know, and as everyone knows, the remote communities were the most vocal supporters of the referendum, and that rang true when we saw the results coming through. That remote communities were very supportive and wanted that referendum to pass in the affirmative, and that's because of what I've just mentioned, that government has that lens of these are Australian citizens, and the lens of traditional owners and the wisdom and the solutions that comes from remote communities as traditional owners, and we're still practicing as we have been practicing law and culture since time immemorial. So we want that in both the restricted and the restricted practice, and we want it in the public practice, because the public practice is providing the strength to our families and communities. Now, when the voice narrative was hijacked to say that remote communities weren't supportive, and there were people talking that there wasn't the level of support, that wasn't true, and that was bear down in the results. And so we don't have a mechanism in terms of a vehicle coming together to be able to put on the table solutions for our remote communities. What we do have is that we have multiple levels of government. We have a interest by government to bring in non-government organisations into the Aboriginal community control sector, and we've seen the growth of non-Aboriginal not-for-profit organisations coming into Aboriginal communities and not being delivered by Aboriginal community control organisations. And I personally have seen that over the years in our region. And what that does, Senator, is it disempowers the participation of Aboriginal people in leading, delivering, being held accountable for continual improvement, but also the young people in the community are able to see their leaders at work in the community, in the boardroom, in the administration, and in working across the community. That's that level of activity, which I saw when I first started working in the APY lands in the mid-90s, those days are gone now. So, yes, unfortunately.
Thank you. And just following on from that, we heard evidence today that the voice to the South Australian Parliament is providing advice to all the departments and the government, and they're actually not taking the advice. Is that systemic racism? Putting an advisory body up with no power, where the government can take the advice if they want or not?
I was the inaugural director for the First Nations Voice Secretariat when it was first stood up in 2024. And like the National Voice, there is no veto power. It's purely advisory. And so that just falls short, because there is no requirement for the inclusion of wisdom and advice from Aboriginal people who have the lived experience.
I'll just add something as well. I think, and sorry, Jessica Baker speaking, and to your question also around the visit from Albanese, I think there can be a general feeling that things can be tokenistic for community, but it's not actually a genuine voice or a genuine involvement in having choice and control over running their own communities from the bottom up, as Andrea said.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. And I want to thank you both for your attendance here today to provide evidence to the committee. You will get questions on notice from committee members. And would you please respond to any questions on notice or questions from the Secretariat questions from the committee to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May. You will also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. And you'll also have an opportunity to submit any further information you think will be useful to the committee as well. So thank you very much. We'll now take a short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses. I now call representatives from the South Australian Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation Network to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Okay, Scott Wilson. I'm the lead convener for SACON, or the South Australian Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation Network. Along with me, I've got Christine Brown, who's the CEO of SACON, and then Keenan Smith and Sage Young, and also Chris Hobart.
And in what capacity are they appearing before the committee?
Chris is our media guru. Sage is our...
I'm Executive Director of our Operational Services.
And Keenan?
Senior Advisor in the Operations team.
Yep.
I know you say them pronouns.
Thank you very much. Would you like to... Oh, sorry, I've got a little spiel I need to make before I invite you to make your opening statement. So although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence being given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. I now invite you to make a short opening statement.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chair and members of the Inquiry Committee, for inviting us to appear today.
we'll leave behind just some information about SACON with you to have a look at your leisure. We also have got a range of recommendations that we gave to the Rebecca, the Secretariat person, for you to have a look at as well. As I said, my name's Scott Wilson. I'm the lead convener. I'm also the CEO of the Aboriginal Drug and Alcohol Council of South Australia, which is a community response to the Royal Commission in the Black Deaths in Custody. SACON is the peak body representing Aboriginal community-controlled organisations across South Australia. Currently we have 35 members out of roughly about 70 community-controlled organisations in South Australia. Our member organisations deliver essential services to Aboriginal communities in the areas including health, housing, family support, justice and social and emotional wellbeing. We are also the formal partner in the national agreement of Closing the Gap, representing the community-controlled sector in South Australia. Our submission to the inquiry reflects the experience and expertise of our member organisation who work at the front line of systems that Australian people engage with every day. There are several key themes from our submission that we wish to emphasise. First, racism experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is structural and systemic. It is embedded in the design and operation of our institutions across health, justice, child protection, education and beyond, and is not simply the result of individual acts. Second, we strongly support the establishment of a robust and properly resourced truth-telling mechanism. This must address not only historical injustice but also the contemporary racism, hate and violence that continues to affect our communities. Thirdly, our submission highlights the role of public discourse and the narratives promoted through media and social media in normalising racism, particularly in the context of the recent referendum and the very real increase in overt racism experienced by our communities. Fourthly, we emphasise the burden placed on Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, which are expected to respond to the consequences of system failure while being under-resourced and too often excluded from decision-making. Finally, our submission identifies a critical lack of accountability. Existing laws and frameworks are not being effectively enforced, and there are insufficient consequences for racist conduct across institutions. I suppose it's also timely that the inquiry is meeting here today, because a couple of hours ago, you may or may not be aware, but the Public Health Association of Australia declares racism in Australia as a public health emergency. So it's actually quite timely that we're here today. And finally, I suppose, we believe that this inquiry represents a critical opportunity to move beyond acknowledging racism and towards dismantling the systems that continue to enable it. Aboriginal people do not lack resilience or solutions. What has been missing is genuine truth-telling, accountability and real power sharing in the decisions that impact our peoples and communities. SACON urges the committee to ensure its recommendations lead to meaningful structural reform grounded in truth-telling, enforced accountability and genuine partnerships with the Aboriginal community-controlled organisation. Without these foundations, racism will continue to be reproduced by the very systems that are meant to protect our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to questions and begin with Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Wilson, and everyone from the network. I'm wanting to go to recommendation 4 because I don't think we have much time for each of us to ask questions. Recommendation 4 talks about ACMA enforcing clear binding standards on racial representation in broadcasting and online content. As you know, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are prolific users of social media, and we saw examples in South Australia, even I think last year, where I personally made representation to the Commissioner to intervene in pulling down content that was actually children in communities in South Australia, our children, punching down on each other and sharing that in social media. I want to understand, how do we actually get and that had been up for quite some time. How do we actually get a process where people speak up, whether they are citizens in a community, Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, government departments, whoever, to speak up sooner, to intervene and use those processes to navigate things like the removal of that material, but also more education for those young people about what that does in communities?
I suppose at the end of the day, not only are we calling for expanded powers for the Communication and Media Authority, we're also asking for that the E-Safety Commissioner actually that her or their role is enhanced as well. Like, just the other day, for example, after the death in Alice Springs, there was I suppose a comedian here in South Australia who did post online what he probably thought was a bit of humour, but was quite heavily offensive. And I suppose really it's up to the federal government in this case, because they do have the power to bring to account those social media companies. Whether it's, I don't have to mention them, obviously we know who we're talking about, that they actually, you go back a few years ago, right? They were setting up all of these structures that made sure that, whether it was racism, whether it was bullying, whether it was sexualisation, that they actually did have guidelines and things like that. And then when the whole world changed when we sort of had a Trumpist view of the world, and wokeism sort of started being attacked as if it was something out there, whereas woke just means, treating other people how you really want to be treated. And so we've allowed social media companies to dictate to us what's acceptable and what's not. And so unless you actually put in the structures and the laws to bring them to account, I just think that it's going to get even more messy and ugly out there if you do go onto social media. And I do have grandchildren. It is actually quite an ugly little environment, and it makes you wonder. Don't get me wrong, social media it can be a great tool and a source, but it makes you wonder, as they're getting bombarded with a whole range of this sort of stuff. It's little wonder as they grow up they have a bit of a twisted view on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable in a normal society.
Okay. I will go back to that in a minute, because I think, given the work you've done over decades will contribite to, I think, the answer to my last question. But I'm interested in your recommendation 7 talks about basically mandating the development of anti-racism strategies, and we've heard earlier last week about the fact there are thousands of strategies, policies, plans, that exist. The problem is actually in implementation and follow-through. What in your view has to be done to actually make sure that the outcomes that were proposed to be delivered as a consequence of those investment in those things actually do what they were intended to do?
Okay. I suppose I was just sort of trying to share the workload, but I suppose, like, one of the things that, when we were thinking about coming up with this, the thing that struck us is that South Australia, for example, doesn't have an Indigenous anti-racism strategy. You would think, right, that we would, but unfortunately we have a mainstream strategy. And look, it's all about sort of, I suppose, making mainstream people or groups or organisations feel that they're doing something in this area. But in actual fact, what we probably need to do is actually elevate it, have an actual Indigenous, strategy. It was interesting, just recently, as you would all be aware, with the Bondi massacre and the federal government sort of came out with a Royal Commission. We had thought that the Royal Commission was an opportunity to actually look at racism across the board, not just on one section of community. And I was involved in a couple of committees or conversations where we did sort of try and speak to the Commissioner to include, but her terms of reference were pretty specific, right? So, and it just looked at one section of community. So we miss opportunities all the time, right? And so that's what I suppose what we're trying to sort of say is that, you know, you need to, if you mandate to develop these strategies, then actually put in some things that are actually going to be meaningful, not just another document that sits on the table. I heard the Senator asking one of our member organisations just prior about 30 years after the Royal Commission, or even, you know, if you have a look at the Bringing Them Home report, you know, the other day I was in Canberra and Healing Foundation have got a small report, you know, are you waiting for us to die? Because it's great having all of these recommendations, and I think the same will happen with the current Royal Commission if there's no enforceability to those actions. It's shocking that 30 years after the Royal Commission in the Black Deaths in Custody, 19 correctional facilities across the country still have hanging points, which was one of the main recommendations, right? 30 years later, 19 still have hanging points that people can kill. Well, they are. People are killing themselves on those hanging points. So, you know, so that's why we're sort of saying recommendation 7 needs to be mandated. Otherwise, it's just another report that sits on a shelf. And, you know, we can talk about it 30 years from now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to share the call.
Sorry, do you mind if I just quickly add
Yeah, sure.
With regards to that, now a lot of those, you know, like when we're looking at the reports, and then there's always been issues with regards to implementation. Now, whatever those reasons are, whether they don't know how to or whether it's systemic racism or whatever, that they don't put that in. A lot of them also pretty much around service delivery, and not a lot also goes to basically to the systemic racism with some of these things. One of the things that we're doing right now is going through and looking at racism, because we're actually doing a review of the South Australian Implementation Plan under Closing the Gap. And one of the things we're trying to put into our working plan is making sure that racism is addressed across each of those sectors that we're doing. And then look, hopefully we can kind of come up with something that way, or kind of put that commitment or get that commitment through those ways. So we are looking at different ways of trying to do it as well, rather than relying on one particular option.
Yeah, thank you.
If you were in an elevator, I promise, and you had 30 seconds to get down to the bottom, and you were standing there with a person who pretty much everyone would view as a racist, what would you say to them?
Pardon?
If you were in an elevator, you had 30 seconds to get to the bottom, and you were in there with someone that pretty much everyone would say, yeah, you're pretty racist, what would you say to them?
Treat me how I'd like you to treat yourself, basically. You know, if you want to be a racist, I'd probably actually be, I'd probably say something a bit different like that, but I couldn't.
That would be the sentiment.
Yeah. We don't have bleepers and
It'd just probably be redacted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to rotate the call and go to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for joining us today. Your submission outlines the kinds of racism that Aboriginal people experience across a range of services. I think you talk about health and even sporting groups. I wonder if you could talk a bit more about that, and particularly the experiences of some of your members in terms of the racism they face in the community day to day.
Okay, well, I can talk about some of the services that we run, for example, not SACON, I'm talking about my paid job, which is Aboriginal Drug and Alcohol Council. We run a couple of day centres in places like Port Augusta and Ceduna, for example, and between those two services we feed about 5,000 people a year. You know, we're forever being told by either our funding bodies, depending on which government might be in power at the time, that we're actually, facilitating and supporting people to continue drinking, right, by giving them food. Well, in actual fact, we're a harm minimisation organisation, right, and feeding people at 7:30 in the morning, which might be their only meal for that day, is actually probably the best thing that we could do for that client, even if they do go down the road later on and might get drink or whatever. So we're constantly having to fight or push back against that rhetoric, and it's not just from it'll be community, the regions that we sort of operate in. Like, in South Australia, in Whyalla, for example, which is the second or the third largest city or town in South Australia. It's shocking to realise that in 2026 they do not have social services as such, right? So what do? They bring in a dry zone to stop people from drinking in public, but don't actually put in any social services to help people who might get into trouble. And so you walk down the road and, somebody's on the footpath. There's no one to come except for the police. And they don't want the person in their custody in case they die. And then you've got a death in custody, right? So people will just leave them. So, yes, so we face, our clients face racism, they have no opportunity, they're going to go down the road to a cafe or whatever. They won't get, more than likely they won't get served. I know of people that might, here in Adelaide, might be going to rent a property, can ring up the real estate agent, yep, the house is available. You go for a viewing. If you're a little bit darker than most, then all of a sudden you get told that property's been taken. You can go back, pick up a phone and ring and find that property is still available. It's because you were Aboriginal, you were denied access at that time. And that's real stories. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. Thank you. Final questions then, anybody?
Sorry, if I could just also kind of add, like when you're looking at the ACO's perspective, and it's like every time something that comes up for Aboriginal people, for example, when we have the First Nations voice or if we're having the referendum, anything like that, anything to do with Aboriginal, it is just really full on coming from the community, and this is where ACOs tend to get targeted a lot as well, because we're held responsible for all the problems of Aboriginal people. Not once do I ever see that government is held responsible. We don't control the purse, we don't control, the policies or that type of thing. We don't have a control over a lot of that stuff. A lot of the policies are mainstream policies, and they're basically delivered through the ACOs, but not necessarily always responsive to Aboriginal people. But we're quite often the blame for that from the community. And look, this common old thing of 30 billion, I think it was 30 billion was the latest, that keeps going over and over. And it is really tiresome when you just see that, that, look, that's just so, just to kind of read something where it's just so ignorant, so racist and so uneducated. But to constantly, that's what we're to blame. The ACOs, and like I said, we don't have that power to do that. And we can only go, you've already heard from the others where you can kind of put up, or you only got, like, say, for example, the First Nations voice, where you only got that voice. We don't have that power to change a lot of that stuff. That rests with the government, and until they're willing to power share, then we might see some change, and that's where we certainly, are all for, and we certainly stand behind. We believe in the Closing the Gap framework. That's come from years, decades of experience of those that have come before us and their experiences. And we show a lot of respect to the people that actually pulled that together and advocated and fought for the Closing the Gap framework.
Well, I guess to that point, what role do you think Aboriginal community-controlled organisations can play, and what can the government do to better support organisations to do that in combating racism?
We're going through that right now. We're actually putting up a lot of change because you've got the Closing the Gap framework, what's already been in there for, I think, 4 years. What have we got until 29? We're halfway through it. And we've got very little to show for it here in South Australia. That's not to say that there aren't good things happening. There is. It's not recognised enough. Hence, that's where we were lucky to end up with a comms person that can now start kind of really pushing and putting the ACCOs out forward, but also for our own community members, for them to start, and we're going to also be looking at when we're talking about pushing ACCOs at the front and recognising all those good things that are happening, but to also how they can kind of bring community forward or community to feel confident that you are representing me where it may be. But look, as I said, we are going through this implementation review and we're really using this time to really kind of push structural reform and big structural reform because, like we said, halfway through we've got nothing to show for it and our community are actually feeling, why, what for, nothing's going to change. That's the attitude, and that's the attitude, like I'm saying, also from community, when when I'm talking about the white community, when they're constantly blaming us for thinking that we've got the, control over a lot of this stuff. So if we can, with our government, if we're really, really hoping that we'll, get that commitment to push a lot of the things that we're putting up.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're also, trying to change deficit reporting through the media.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it is, everything, every year I sort of dread when the Productivity Commission comes out and sort of said, closing the gap isn't meeting the targets and stuff like that. Well, in actual fact, that's not true, right? If you have a look at, here in South Australia, for example, juvenile justice has been reduced by 35%. There are organisations that now exist, for example, on family, domestic and sexual violence that never existed prior. We now have a peak Aboriginal community-controlled housing board as well. So there are the positives, but when the media sort of picks up on a report, they don't actually come and talk to the people who are actually there on the ground. It's similar to, I noticed that you had a few questions about The Voice. I'm an inaugural elected member of The Voice. And so what annoys me really here in South Australia and Victoria, you have political parties who say that when they get into power, they're going to abolish these voices, right? And bring in what they call practical solutions. But not once have any of those political parties come and talk to groups like us who are out there delivering these practical solutions every day and sort of say, well, what is it we can do that maybe enhance what you do?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
It would be practical. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. A bit of power wouldn't go astray instead of just being advisors all the time.
Be good.
But congratulations and thank you. How many racist policies do you have to navigate on a day-to-day basis?
Depends on which department you might be dealing with. But look, it's
Are there any departments that don't have a racist policy?
Not that I can think of. They might have for that department, so therefore, the staff and that work in that department might have to abide by, their departmental policy, but there isn't an overall strategy or agenda on behalf of South Australia in particular.
So I suppose I'm more talking like, the Department of Police are their policies conducive for our people? Do they actually serve and protect and do the right thing by our people on this country? Do the hospitals, is it safe and nice to go in and seek medical attention? When the kids go to school, are they just being valued as kids? Like, is it right across the board? Yeah.
I think so. I think it is across the board because it can be anything coming from exclusion of economic opportunities. It can be, certainly with child protection. I do feel that, it's just, and obviously SAPOL, and we are trying to look at ways to address that. And where we don't feel that we might kind of get a response from government. And this is not to kind of criticise at this stage because we haven't kind of took it to them, but like I said earlier, we don't rely on one issue or one strategy to address something. We look at quite a few strategies as to how we can come at certain problems. The thing is that we just haven't been able to put that to the test yet. We're certainly hoping. Look, we've also spent a lot of time building relationships with a lot of the government agencies, and I do believe we do have credibility with a lot of the agencies, but we do also know that there are ones that are going to be difficult and that will be pretty hard. And I think because we haven't, like we're saying, we've had 4 years of, a lot of it's been building relationships or working on core business, that type of stuff. Now this is the time where I think it will really get tested, is because now we're really pushing reform. So I feel that, yeah. And I think one of those ones that we did ask, have asked previously, and that was to start looking, undertaking a review of those policies that do exclude Aboriginal people.
Are there any pieces of legislation that have ever been any good for Aboriginal people here? Ever in the history? Because we know federally there's never been, ever been, a piece of legislation that's been good for us.
Nothing comes to mind.
And I think part of the issue is there are unintended consequences to any bit of legislation, right? Like, you know, they might bring in that if, you know, I committed an offence or I'm about to leave prison, for example, then part of my conditions of release are that I have to be drug tested or alcohol tested or whatever, right? So the unintended consequences of that is that, you know, people leaving prison are now getting into GBH, which is a drug, because it doesn't get picked up on in drug testing, right? So all of a sudden now we're starting to see people who have major issues with that substance, so the unintended consequence. Another unintended consequence is that, you know, if I'm getting arrested or I get charged for having a money bag of pot or a pipe, then that will exclude me from actually getting a job in Aboriginal community organisations, because one of the things that we need in terms of when we employ people is a police check. It used to be a vulnerable persons check and working with children clearance, and that sort of minor offence will exclude you from getting that clearance. So therefore you're not going to get a job in probably, we're the largest employer sector in a lot of rural and remote communities. You're not going to get a job. And so there are unintended consequences.
I want to go back to Mrs. Brown, just in relation to, you know, it's us who have to deal with the harm that racists create, whether it be systemic racism or just your general racist down the street. But it's us, our services, community-controlled services, that have to deal with this. And as Aunty Rosalie Kernoff-Monk said, we are not the problem. So you're not resourced to deal with the influx of mob coming in the door. People are self-harming and drug and alcohol and all that because it's a coping mechanism as a result of other things. So we saw a rise in suicides during the referendum. We saw it happen after the referendum. The harm of the referendum, whether we liked it or not, the harm remains. Should the federal government compensate Aboriginal community-controlled services to deal with the ramifications of a terribly divisive referendum that caused so much harm and continues to do so today? Or should you just have to deal with the influx and do your best?
No, I think that there should be some responsibility coming from a more broader perspective. I believe that, you know, we have our responsibilities, we'll do what we can do, but I do think that government, like I said, they're the ones with all the power, they're the ones that can really address, not address, I like Khadijah's wording when she talks about, you know, combating rather than addressing racism, and I think that governments can do more.
And just my final question, because I'm probably running out of time, is the Australian Human Rights Commission developed the anti-racism framework for this whole country. It's actually a framework, it's a roadmap, it says how we're going to address racism in this country. The federal government, the Labor government, have never responded to this document. It's still sitting in a minister's office on her shelf. I've seen it. I've had to speak to 3 different ministers to get to the bottom of who's holding it. And it's been 18 months since the government received it. How important is it for the federal government, firstly, to respond and say, yeah, we got it, we're working on it? They haven't even responded. But how important is it that they actually do something about it?
Yeah, look, it's critically important that, you know, what's the point of actually having, you know, these bodies develop things for you, and then you just sort of leave it sit there, and not actually respond back to that body in a timely manner. And I suppose that's sort of, from our perspective, that seems to be just part and parcel of what happens. You can put in a report or you can write to somebody and then not even get a response. Yeah. You know, I would think that Overdose Awareness Day, for example, considering that more people in Australia die from overdose than are killed on the roads, and in particular Indigenous folk are 5 times more likely to die of overdose, you know, federal government would actually be heavily involved in what's called International Overdose Awareness Day. Zip. It was our organisation that were able to get Adelaide Oval, lights in purple, Parliament House and the University of Adelaide. You know, we wrote to government for support and never got a response. So going back to your question, that's the issue. Yeah. You know, you don't get that feedback or that response after you do the work, really.
I think one of the cases also that's worth looking at, look, this is going back some time when I was actually studying law, and there was a case, and it was the Cartinieri case, or the High Marsh Island case, and to go back and actually have a look at that, because that went to the High Court as well, and they were looking at the race power, and in that race power you had the majority that basically said that, like, whereas previously it was for the advantage of Aboriginal people, that race power, and that court then ruled that that can be advantage or disadvantage for Aboriginal people. So look, it's like, that's where you're starting from as well.
And sorry, just a comment. When I used to come here back in the old day, Victoria versus SA for the footy netball carnivals, they used to shut down the pools and the spas when they knew that blackfellas were coming to stay in their hotels. So, you know, I know you've been dealing with it for a while, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, and thank you so much for your time this afternoon to give evidence to the committee. If you've been asked to provide any questions on notice, or you might get some more questions on notice from the committee, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May? And you'll also have an opportunity to request any errors to the transcription that you will receive. No. So thank you very much. We will now take a short suspension and we will return at 4:05.
Okay, thanks.
What do you
what?
need to? You got
To charge your phone?
USB that I
Cord?
could borrow
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
few minutes. Then
Yeah,
is it just
yeah,
a
that's
minute?
the secretary.
I'm just about ready to die.
I feel like I'm
How much of a trip has it?
about to die.
Oh,
Do you have it? Yeah,
you
you
know
take
what? I'm happy to leave it there because I'm a bit worried about taking it from you.
it. Okay, cool.
There.
Yes, you're worried about stealing the cord?
So what these black girls are like.
I can't trust them.
I know. Thank you. Thank
No
you.
problem.
Oh shit.
So I've decided
I'll call Dale Aegis, the South Australian Commissioner for Aboriginal Children and Young People, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sure, Dale Aegis. I'm the South Australian Commissioner for Aboriginal Children and Young People. I'm also the president of my local football club. I'm the chair of the South Australian Aboriginal Football Netball Carnival, and I'm a member of Jindu.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence being given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. I will now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for having me. Firstly, I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands we meet on today and pay respects to all Aboriginal people who have served and to those who have showed up over and over to try and make positive change for this country and our people. I also acknowledge the Aboriginal children, young people, families and communities across the country whose voices, experiences and aspirations should remain central to every form of discussion we have. And I appear before the committee through, of course, my several leadership roles. Why I'm indicated the several leadership roles is because it's important for me to allow things to see same systemic issues from repeating across multiple systems and sectors through child protection, education, policing, justice, mental health, community sport and youth development. Across all these environments, the same message continues to emerge. Aboriginal communities are disconnected from decision making, even though they hold many of the solutions. Quite often the system or the combination of systems that surround them fail them. Systems continue to operate primarily through crisis response rather than prevention or family support or family strengthening approaches. Because governments continue to spend enormous resources responding after harm occurs, we continuously see an underinvestment in the support that prevents crisis in the first place. There is clear evidence with escalating youth in detention costs, growing out-of-home care expenditure, repeated statutory intervention, which has already demonstrated to be unsuccessful, high rates of emergency mental health presentations, placement instability, unstable housing without the support of or an option of ongoing long-term options, school disengagement, and connection from services, especially regional and remote communities. Family strengthening services remain under-resourced. ACCOs operate with short-term funding agreements. Early intervention services are inconsistent and disjointed. Workforce capability continue to show up with a clear lack of understanding of historical trauma and current-day challenges that are currently faced by Aboriginal communities who are seeking help. Families repeatedly tell me support only arrives when crisis escalates. Systems are difficult to navigate. Agencies work in silos or in different ways. They must retell trauma and their history repeatedly. And many do not trust the system because they know the service does not see them, it judges them. What we know is reactive systems create higher long-term costs, greater trauma experiences without supporting healing approaches, poorer health and wellbeing outcomes, a deeper mistrust for those who are meant to be there to provide assistance in times of need and crisis. We know that Aboriginal representation is not an accident. It reflects structural inequalities and historical disadvantages experienced by Aboriginal people and communities. Too often discussions focus on symptoms without addressing structural drivers behind which continue to exacerbate primary symptoms and create further harm. Aboriginal children remain significantly overrepresented in school, out-of-home care, youth justice, in homelessness and mental health vulnerability. This reflects unaddressed intergenerational trauma, dispossession, racism, poverty, housing instability, family violence and exclusion from decision making. Without addressing structural causes, systems continue to recycle families through crisis response generation after generation. The wellbeing of Aboriginal children is directly connected to the wellbeing of families and communities. Children do not grow up in isolation. Their outcomes are shaped by family stability, stable housing, positive role models who engage with healthy activities, education, community safety, strong cultural identity, and the opportunity both locally and across regions where they can reach their dreams and their aspirations. We know all this, yet government still largely operates through siloed systems. Child protection separate from housing, justice separate from education, policing separated from community development, and youth wellbeing separate from family support. Families experience these issues together, not separately. For example, a child disengaged from school may also be experiencing overcrowded housing, grief and loss, racism, family violence, justice involvement for themselves or with the household, family or cultural disconnection, and financial hardship. Racism continues impacting Aboriginal children, young people and families and communities across multiple settings. We know this because racism directly affects trust, wellbeing, identity, participation, and does not allow the ability to connect with long-term outcomes. We have heard several examples of racism experienced in school, where there's lower expectations, disproportionate discipline, exclusion, and cultural unsafety in learning environments. In justice and in policing, there's racial profiling, over-policing, escalation during interactions, and assumption of criminality. And the broader society, where there's online abuse, cyber racism, racial vilification, and public commentary diminishing Aboriginal culture. This impacts with young people and they feel it. I guess I'll just go to the closing remarks that I've got here. It relates to my role as, I guess, the chair of the Aboriginal Sporting Carnival, where cultural gatherings and community connection. Aboriginal-led events are a major wellbeing and for healthy environments. Events like South Australian Aboriginal Football Netball Carnival strengthens identity, pride, kinship and belonging. What we need to see nationally is invest early in prevention, support family strengthening, share authority with Aboriginal communities, strengthen Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and their commissioning, build culturally safe systems and provide workshop capabilities, support local leadership and move beyond siloed service delivery. I believe Australia has reached a point where the challenge is no longer identifying the problems. We know the problems. The challenge now is implementing those that build trust, strengthen families, supports communities, invest in prevention, values culture and shares decision making. Because ultimately, strong Aboriginal children and young people come from strong families, strong culture and strong communities. The system's willing to work respectfully alongside them, and that will make changes for Aboriginal children and young people in our communities. Thank you for that brief intro.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll proceed to questions and we'll begin with Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Commissioner, for your time today. Could you tell us what comes up when you talk to Aboriginal children and young people about how they are experiencing racism at school, in public places, online? In their words, how would they describe it?
Sure. I've actually got some notes here from what's happened in a recent youth summit. So at Youth Summit, we bring together up to 50 Aboriginal children from across the state. And young people have told us, it helps if I get their words right.
Take your time.
So everyday encounters of racism is that they're being followed by police or security guards in shops and public spaces, racist gestures and generally disrespect in public, name-calling, racial slurs and racial put-downs, racist comments from peers and other cultural groups, and racism shows up on social media, being called stupid upon disclosing Aboriginal identity. What they're feeling in schools is some of the programs teachers say that the Aboriginal programs are a waste of time. Teachers dismiss Aboriginal students' knowledge and capabilities, not enough Indigenous programs in school, and the lack of Aboriginal education in curriculum, and bullying related to appearances, like racial appearances. That's the sort of remarks that they make in the gatherings that where they get them together. They say that they feel racist slurs in the classroom, in school activities, down at the shops, while participating in school and sports, and generally on the street.
And what, in terms of solutions and reforms, I mean, we've heard lots of views so far in this inquiry, and I'm sure we'll continue to, but you speak to young people every day in your role, so what do you think young people would say about what we needed to do to fix the racism that they suffer in their day-to-day lives?
Yeah, it's a good question and a broad question, because what the young people are telling us from different regions is, of course, in some regions they want education access, they want more education flowing programs to access to TAFE and tertiary education, or possible upskilling labour options, or even more broader entrepreneur options. They don't feel they get that in the education pathway in some regional towns. Mental health was the big issue that we took on with our recent summit. Of course, mental health and suicide being highly prevalent in our communities, particularly in regional communities. So they appreciated the openness to speak about the issues, or speak about mental health and suicide. I think creating a safe space where Aboriginal people can come together and talk about the issues that are affecting them, the pressures they feel, the attacks they feel, the dislocation from services, or services not being non-responsive to their needs, so they feel like they have to deal with it in isolation all by themselves. So even when services are provided in their area, they're not engaging, they're disconnecting, they don't feel like they're culturally responsive, they don't see themselves as part of the service sector, where they can walk through the door and get a service. And some of that stuff is just around the school base, right? Then you go into sporting opportunities. They're feeling very isolated, because they're too embarrassed that they can't afford the fees to go. So they disconnect straight away. They feel like they're not a part of their sporting club, not a part of their peer group, not a part of their friend group, not a part of their community. It echoes through so many echo chambers for our young people. The Youth Summit we hosted only 6 weeks ago. I'm happy to share the clip with the Senate if they want to see the video of what we captured from the young people in that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's on YouTube, so happy to share that directly, where we get the feedback directly from the young people, just saying what they experience in different locations at different times.
Thank you. You've got one final quick question.
Excellent. So I wanted to ask about social media specifically, and in your view, Aboriginal children and young people experiencing the same kinds of racism that they are in person, say from their peers or from others around them online? Is it more of the same, or is it a different approach?
I think what they're saying is the online abuse is more intensified.
Okay, yeah.
And more derogatory and more slanderous. It's something that they wouldn't say in the school classroom or as a opposition player on the field. It's something that's just a little bit more brutalised and racialised, and they've got no defensive way to respond to that. They just, it's a public forum where they can't defend themselves, and they've got no other services who they can feel like can defend or support them. And of course, it's something they don't want to raise with their parents, something they don't want to raise with the service system, something they don't want to raise with counsellors or teachers. They feel like they have to deal with it all by themselves.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have some questions on notice, but I'll pass the call.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Senator Thorpe.
Hey, brother. Do you get tired of explaining what racism is to white people?
Short answer or young answer? It's part of my role. It's part of my job. It is very tiring. It's very exhausting. I think sometimes when, some of the stuff we've got to talk about, the effects of racism, are in multiple reports. There are multiple policies. There are multiple programs. That's what we do to design initiatives in terms of Aboriginal culture responsive framework, education for workforce development, engaging in curriculum to support the workforce that comes out to engage with our communities. You just feel like it's a constant conversation that happens every time I walk into a room.
Thank you. The Bringing Them Home report from 1997 referred to child removals during the stolen generation as genocide. We know that child removals has never stopped, and that it's a more child stealing racket to decimate us as a people in this country, take the children and destroy the people. Do you agree that genocide is actively playing out?
Very tough question. I think there are some pockets where people are doing good work and trying their best, and they're working with us and working in partnership with us. Other places, I think the capacity of staff within child protection would lack appropriate cultural assessment understanding to implement tools that are protective factors for our families, that are protective family for our kids, that are protective families for holding families together and strengthening approaches. When those things aren't done properly in such a systemic way, it feels like it's genocidal.
It's kind of killing us with kindness, but the genocide, the numbers continue to climb. My next question, we talk about our kids, being strong in identity and culture, connection, song, dance, language, to maintain our very survival as the first peoples of these lands, the oldest on the planet. We also hear in certain quarters from other politicians and other places that we should just assimilate. Like anyone who comes to the country, even us who are from here, should just assimilate and be like white people. Do you think if we all assimilated and became like nice little white people with nice little white fence and perfect lives with no racism, do you think then all the governments that we've got to deal with would treat us differently?
Unsure, and I think because some of the passed on legacies that we have from our strong elders, which held our culture strong, which held our family strong, which held our protocols and our customs strong, keep us in a good stead. I guess conforming and assimilating is one aspect, and being proud to be Aboriginal while walking in an educated world or an employment world is another thing. Because it almost goes to the heart of the question that I'm dealing with families and young people is, how Aboriginal do you have to be Aboriginal? And they face that question every day. If I'm achieving at school, am I not Aboriginal? Am I achieving at sport? Am I not Aboriginal? If I'm achieving with my aspirations and goals, am I not Aboriginal? And my role was to essentially tell them you are Aboriginal. Your heritage, your culture, your lineage makes you Aboriginal. How you achieve your successful outcomes and what holds you strong as a person within our culture is what Aboriginal means to me and to your elders in your community. How we walk those two worlds, I guess, sometimes get politically analysed, socially analysed. I think it's sometimes leads to a dangerous conversation for our children and our young people.
Just a final question. My office gets calls daily from families right across this country because another baby's been ripped out of their mother's arms, and the services just can't support the services that are funded to work with these families and children are just not there. So where do families go? Because they don't get any legal advice. Mum gets no support. Might have had a mattress on the lounge room floor, which triggered a notification to the department, which I always have mattresses on our floor. That's what we do when mob come over. So children are being removed for simple things like that. Where do families go for help? And is the child placement principle working in SA? And if it's not, why not?
Two good questions. I think with the unborn child concern, of course, it's been raised by the previous Commissioner in this role with Commissioner April Laurie doing an inquiry into that whole process. What we know is the department at that time was interacting at a point of separation and snatching children away from mothers at birth. A completely unacceptable practice and process. There's been some reflective policy positions put forward by 3 agencies in the state, Child Protection, Human Services and Health, under the strong recommendations that you should engage families sooner and earlier, not monitor them from a distance with scrutiny and judgment, but work with alongside families to go side by side to work with mum in crisis, mum in struggling, communicate with family, connect with kinship, connect with family, and support a process where if there's a family decision-making or a family group conference, that could happen and occur before birth to transition baby into somewhere caring and responsible, which works within the support of the department. And this is all shifting the process narrative, right? So I'm not talking that this is in practice right now. This is, I guess, aspirational practice and programs. So I'll be watching that very closely and how it rolls out over the next 6 to 18 months to monitor the numbers on how the child removal process is happening here in the state. The other part about it is what I've been updated on is there's one hospital in this state that practices really good Aboriginal inclusive framework with families led by an Aboriginal unit, where numbers are significantly lower in terms of separation at birth. That's within the Gawler region. So they give us some really good platforms and a way of working with families in a regional town. Some of that is a combination of state and federal funding. If I might need to be correct, it might be federal only. But that model is yet to be more widespread across other hospitals in the state currently. I would like to see that model more further expanded to support all of our mothers who are fearing the system, because of course when you come from a lens of scrutiny and judgment, the mothers and families disengage from any service support, so you end up having children in silence and away from any sort of service support, any maternal support, any hospital support. That's not where we want our families or our mothers to be.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. Senator Little.
Commissioner, you said we know the issues and we know the actions necessary, and we've heard here that there are some 3,000 reports, reviews done to tell us what should be done to improve outcomes. Can you tell us what young people are telling you about what would prevent harm to them, particularly where there are multiple issues in their environment that they frequent, whether that's home or in the community, that create risk?
Can you say that last bit again?
So what are young people telling you about preventing harm and even death for children where it is recognised that there are multiple issues, whether that's in their home, in the environment, that might create risk?
I think what they're saying is separation and exclusion, no service availability, don't know where to go for help, don't know how to ask for help. What we find, I guess, in regional areas at the moment is, even when help or service sectors is available, there's not enough adaptive funding or models that connect well with our young people when they're asking for help. A recent mental health application only had a small budget to support a large number of Aboriginal community in one of the towns here, and the larger budget didn't cater for how they sort of reach with those people in distress. So they're telling us that they feel it, they know it. Comparatively, the services that are available to them are disproportionately excluding them, or not suited for their needs. So they're saying services, family disconnection and isolation is another thing. Growing up in unstable housing is another thing. Feeling like there's no opportunities of education or support or employment opportunities in their house is another thing. Of course, alcohol and domestic violence is the other thing. They say that all these things combined make their environment unsafe for them. And when they're feeling those compounded issues and trying to sort through where you access any form of help on any given one of those multiple issues, they don't know where to go.
So I just want to tease that out a little bit more. Help Way Earlier, that report talked to 150 kids who are already in custodial settings. They were talking about intervening earlier, and you mentioned before about young people and where they get help. What programs and services are specifically available that do those children currently seek out that will help them? And how do you actually, when the kids are asking help way earlier, what's the sweet spot in terms of making sure that what you're not doing is applying over-attention to a family so that your service delivery gets branded as racist, or the person who's employed to deliver that service gets branded as racist, as opposed to helping way earlier. What's the sweet spot there? What's the difference in the service delivery between delivering what children need and families need and intervening too much?
It is a sweet spot. And I think what we're saying is the current service models we have in place are not culturally responsive enough to hit a sweet spot for communities and young people to feel like they're engaged and safe enough to engage at the onset. So that's the first barrier. The second barrier is that there's no trusting relationship for them to walk in the front door, because the service response in our communities and our regions are primarily relationship-based, not referral-based. So if they're not from a strong, trusted referral person, they don't take the referral option. I guess the third one would be what service can they trust to actually walk in the front door of? If they're going to an unknown service, say because there's no Aboriginal lead employee, there's no Black or Aboriginal service that works in conjunction with that service that they know they need to go to. There's no recognised practitioner or elder in that service. They don't go to those services. So all those sort of things sort of add up in terms of what actually gets the trust and the person to walk through the front door in the first instance, and then what needs to happen in terms of the sweet spot in terms of the practice, the policy, the program, the cultural responsive tools, which I would say the cultural responsive tool and the programs aren't quite yet designed in a way that co-designed or responsive enough to our cultural needs for young people to feel comfortable to go in the front door.
Whether it's racism or other forms of disadvantage that prevent people from accessing services or getting an equitable service delivery, I'm interested, given your work history, we would all agree there should be no wrong door for anyone reaching out for help. How do we actually make sure that those children know that there is no wrong door or wrong help behind that door, and give them confidence for that? And how do we actually make sure that people, whether they're child protection workers or any workers, are not reluctant to reach out because of being accused for over intervening in a situation?
I just had an answer for the first question. Can you say the first question?
Because we've just seen in the Northern Territory 3 people who worked for a department stood down.
Yep.
So I'm trying to understand from your perspective, how do we make sure that we don't prevent people intervening earlier when kids are telling us sometimes you need to? Yeah, and it's that, I guess, well, there's a couple of messages you've got to do in terms of the family decision-making approach or the family conferencing approach. Because, if the young person's telling you and the caseworker needs more support on making that decision, we'll bring the family in and bring the family and work with them to work out what the solution is to hold that young person in care and support. And if that young person is decided to go to a different carer, the system needs to gear itself to support the system, to support the change. Because, of course, sometimes when young people change carers, the supports don't go with the carer. So the system struggles to keep up in terms of what the requirements of the needs of that young person is, the education access, the opportunities to go to school. Of course, there's financial strain on carers when they take on the responsibility that aren't necessarily funded through the state or the feds. So I guess there's a bit of reluctance in terms of both from the department and also from the family to put their hand up, because it puts themselves in a worse position. So inevitably, sometimes the worst case scenario is for a young person to stay there, and they still do. That's, I guess, where we get sort of a system over-service, or what we call an under-service delivery. Of course, the other end about it is when you get an over-service too far, when you reach too far and go too quick, you knee-jerk without engaging with the families or the young people, and you go the other way. So that sweet spot, I guess, is a natural balance of what we're trying to get to with our case managers, our office managers, our regional directors, across child protection, across human services, across health, across education, across SAPOL. It's a big piece of work. And, I guess go back to someone raised the child placement principles not so long ago, one of their questions. The child place principle, of course, is probably not well practiced in the department right now. Of course, that's something they need to work on to improve and get more strength-based approaches to what the benefits of
the child placement principle would be. But also, it's not only the Department of Child Protection that needs to take responsibility. It's also health. It's also DHS. It's also education. It's also SAPOL. So that when you get a young person who's engaging those systems and there's full understanding of the implementation of the child placement principle, there's a common language that can happen across the service system to track where things are going in terms of the strength of the families and the young people, but also where things are falling down. So, you know, the uptake of the child placement principle in the department's got to be the first step, and the more broader awareness of the service system uptaking the child placement principle was the next thing.
But you would agree that the safety is the first principle?
I think safety is paramount alongside the active efforts of those departments, ensuring that they're taking positive steps to hold that young person safe and strong in culture.
Thank you, and thank you for your attendance here today and giving evidence before the committee. I expect that there will be questions on notice to you, so if you could please forward that to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence as well, and you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to any errors that you see in there. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
I want to thank the Secretariat and Broadcasting for all their efforts in facilitating today, and I declare today adjourned.